Now we are live on my channel as well. So
Okay.
just to say hello to everyone on my
Yes,
channel as well, we are doing a joint live stream with Brother Arul from Operation Stephen. I
that's
put
right.
a cutting of the last discussion, which was the first discussion with Brother Arul, and everybody loved it. Like really, really loved it. So we are here together talking about a very, very important topic right now. So, brother, mic is yours. Let's see how things goes.
Absolutely. A quick hello to everyone on Brother Adam's channel also. Okay, so we have 3 or 4 people in the backstage already. So, Brother Adam, I don't know how, when people join, so the link, we have a link from here. I don't know if there is a link from there or not. I don't know how that
I'm
works.
gonna
I
put
don't
the
know.
link in the chat as well. I am working on it right now
Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay,
so that
lovely.
people could
Let's
join
get,
in.
absolutely. Let's get Chota Tesla on stage. Hello, Chota Tesla. How are you doing?
Am I audible?
You are.
Great.
Lovely, welcome. How are you doing?
Thanks a lot, Arul. I'll just want to say that I've been watching you from around 12 years and so. First time I watched you in some park in UK and you were debating with people and it gave me a lot of thinking, that how things needs to be approached in the real world. And you are kind of a inspiration for me that how the discussion about this violent thing needs to go about, how people needs to get aware regarding this thing in the current scenario. And I live in India, Bharat, and there needs to be a discussion that needs to be done in your voice, in your perspective, that people needs to be aware regarding this. And I really appreciate your work and your courage and your family's courage that you have taken such a huge step in life, which is not family guys cannot do that. It's very difficult, and the kind of repercussions you see when you talk about such things, it's very difficult to expose such things. And I also want to just want to say my thanks to Adam also. मैंने सर की इतनी बातें सुनी है. I just want to appreciate him, the kind of environment he have created in this, in recent years. It's absolutely amazing that finally people are coming out and taking the initiative that what is wrong, they can say it without hesitating, without fear, and finally realizing that people not in their own place but around the world are suffering from this cancer that have dawned upon humanity a few thousand years back or some years back, and now this cult is giving a you know it's threatening humanity, and basically it's a uh, you know book that comes into the picture that exactly says that no one will live, but we will finally. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much, Chota Tesla. And of course, we as Christians, I'm really grateful for your encouraging words there. Thankfully for me, my family, both my parents and now my wife and my kids, we are all very involved. We are dedicated. We depend on the Lord. We go by faith and so on. So I'm privileged to be able to do all of what we're doing, even as a family. And so, thanks to my wife. Many times, my wife doesn't get to hear, the thanks from me. I take her for granted. But thank you very much for sharing that also, Chota. It's our privilege, and I'm also delighted, grateful to you. It is entirely true. People can disagree, and people can be caught up in various brainwash systems. As human beings, we could come from various places, and because of where we were born, what environment we grew up in, what our parents told us, what our neighbors told us, and so on, we could have wrong ideas. But as a community of human beings, we are here available to discuss, debate, so people can change their ideas and quickly change and say, hey, look, I was wrong earlier, now I could change, and that sort of stuff. And that's what we as Christians believe. As Christians, we can have these discussions, and whatever time it takes, we can always discuss. And if we think there are good reasons as to why people should be Christian, and therefore we communicate. So I'm really grateful to you for to hear the fact that you have found this beneficial. We should keep this going. Let's put it this way: even if we were meeting Osama bin Laden right now, of course he is gone, he did terrible things, but if he was alive, as a Christian, my mindset would simply be, and as Brother Adam said, would simply be, we thoroughly disagree. You have been extremely evil, but our God, our God knows everyone is messing up. You have done terrible things, but He is willing to help you. At least now, change is would be our mindset, and that's how we as Christians interact. I'm delighted to hear from you, Chota. What's your current religious persuasion? I'm calling you Chota, although your name is Chota Tesla. Maybe the Tesla is also important.
No, no, nothing lies in the name, to be honest. I am a Hindu. I was a born Hindu. I studied in a Christian school, and I really praise, what teachings comes with Christianism. But ultimately, after studying a number of religions, being in Bharat, I finally came back to Sanatan Dharma, and it actually resonance. There is a resonance of that with the land, so I had to come back to that, and I think it resonate with most of the people also who believes in humanity, who believes in logic, who believes in questioning things, who believe in uh, asking the right thing and doing the right thing, and listening to their soul. So I believe it's the difference of the words only. It does not matter what actually comes with a book or anything like that. Ultimately, there is one God, whether you call it God or Bhagwan or Allah or anything like that. It's an energy that exists everywhere, in everything, in every human being, in every non-living being, everywhere. So I believe that, and I think ultimately everybody will have to come back to that.
Sure. If I could quickly say something, and then I'll let Adam to also respond to you before we let you go, Chora Tesla. But very simply, if I could quickly say something, I believe in religious tolerance in the sense that even people who disagree on religion, can have friendly conversations. We can be friends. We can discuss. I believe in that. Having said that, my point is, you would be surprised when we begin doing our Indian polemics. You would actually get to know. You'd be surprised that actually many things said about Hinduism aren't manifestly true. For instance, you'd hear normally that, hey, look, a couple of things. For example, Hinduism is the oldest religion in India. Number two is that Hinduism came from India. Both are actually manifestly, evidently false based on proper historical evidence. And I'd really like to, at some stage, of course, today we're focused on engaging with Muslims, but at some stage, for us to be able to have meaningful, deep discussions about that. I genuinely think when you go with evidence and try and find out, I completely agree. Names don't matter in the sense of, names don't matter beyond how they should matter. But for example, if you call me Arul or whatever, it doesn't matter, just because you get the name wrong a little bit doesn't matter. But if you think that I'm not Arul, but I'm maybe someone else, then that is an issue. So names do matter to a degree of saying whether we are actually speaking to the right person, because there are many contenders. I know you said Allah is one of the contenders. We'd like to disagree. You can't have a true
Yes.
God who is so evil. You simply
Hmm.
can't. So
Hmm.
something is terribly wrong.
Hmm.
But there we're not concerned about the name. We're concerned about the entire being who is represented. The Islamic Allah, as presented in the Quran, cannot be God. And if he is God, we will all better arm ourselves and fight against him. He is terrible and evil. And so, in other words, names don't matter beyond what it should matter. And I'd like to comment, actually, when you go with a decent level of evaluation, you'll get to know that Jesus, Yahweh of the Bible, is the one true God. But let's have a meaningful, sensible dialogue sometime in the future. Adam, did you want to say something to Chota Tesla?
I would say thank you so very much. And what you just said, it is a news for me as well. I actually so far was under the impression that Hinduism started from India, and what you are saying is contrary to what I have learned as well. So it will be a very, very informative news, and uh, whenever you make this. So yes, do tell us with the historical evidences, and yeah, that's literally a news for me. So I would be very keen in learning this from you in the future. Obviously not today, because today we have a particular topic. So yeah, in future, yes, absolutely, I would love to listen to you.
Lovely. Chota Tesla, hopefully through God's grace at some stage, we'll please watch this space. At some stage, we'll have dedicated streams to engage with our precious Hindu friends also. Please watch this space. Please continue supporting us. Please be our friend. We want you to be our friend.
So
Thank you
kind
very
of you. So kind. You will always be there for you.
much. Thank you. Thank you very much. God's blessings. We'll catch up later.
Sure.
God's blessings. Bye bye. Bye. Okay, Brother Adam, we have one more gentleman. Okay. Hello, Anuranjan.
Do we? Oh, not Muslim again?
I don't know what his background is. Anuranjan, are you
Uh,
okay with your face showing up on the screen, Anuranjan?
yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, okay.
I mean,
Um,
you're taking the bullet for the rest of us, like day in day out. I'm so proud of you, and I pray for your well-being every day. Believe me when I say that. I pray for your well-being every day because I'm literally scared for you. The way the jihadis treat the kafirs, I'm literally scared for you every day. But you go out there and you do your stuff, like full salute to you.
thank you. Thank you very much. It's our privilege. Are you a Christian yourself? What's your religious persuasion?
No, no, no. I'm a very devout Hindu,
Hindu, okay. Lovely.
and
Lovely.
uh, I'm into a lot of rituals and puja part. And today being the last Purnima of December, since you're from India, you probably heard of the term Purnima. It's a full
Yes,
moon
yeah.
phase.
Yeah.
So I'm also feeling blessed because of my Ma Bhagwati that I'm getting to talk to you in direct, because I've been listening to you and I've been in awe with you of your work and your dedication. Basically, I wanted to tell you that whenever I see your videos, I'm in awe with your patience, your perseverance, and your purpose. Because these people, they come barking in your ears, they keep shoving you, pushing you. You just don't lose your cool at all. And I need to learn that.
Yes.
And because even today, I think I was watching in the afternoon, like some guy was like barking in a ear constantly. The video you had posted,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah.
you kind of, yeah, you kind of like, how do you manage to ignore that? I mean, I really want to know that, because I'm into business. Okay, I'm into business. I want to inculcate that practice into my business as well, as to how to not how to avoid gibberish. This is one of the reasons why I also attended this session today. How do you do that?
Sure. Well, of course, I'm a Christian, and we follow Christian doctrine and so on.
Well,
And one of the
I've studied in a convent school all my life, so I'm good. I've been to chapels and everything, so I'm good. I'm like, yeah. Please continue. Sorry.
well, very simply, number one, a couple of points maybe I'll make quickly. Um, Number one is when with God of the Bible, one of the characteristics of him is patience. Can you imagine? God is patient even with a person like me, and he's patient with all sorts of human beings, and that's his nature. That's part of his which we would expect from God. Some sort of, and so as a Christian, as I try to imitate his nature revealed in the person of Jesus Christ, it's one of those things that we aim to have through God's grace, not of mine, through him. So that's one point. The other point is, I'm sure this is the case with Adam Seeger also, and with all the points I'm saying is not me. It's with all Christians. It will be the same. But I let Adam Seeger mention in his own way. The second point is very simply that that we always try to put ourselves in their shoes. You might have heard Jesus say something like, love your neighbor as yourself, the Bible
Love thy
says.
neighbor. Yeah, yeah. Right.
Love thy neighbor, but actually the full version of that is love thy neighbor as yourself, which
Okay.
essentially means, imagine that person is you.
You. Right.
So if
Right.
that is you in that exact position, how would you like someone to treat you? That's how you treat them. That's not just treat you. That's how you love them. And love in the
No,
biblical doctrine.
but these people, in certain contexts, they just keep blabbering shit for like 15 minutes, and you're trying to have a conversation with somebody else, a logical conversation. Not all jihadis are like, most like of them are like that, but they want to have a conversation, and you just, you're so calm, and it amazes me, and I want to inculcate that into my behavior as well. I'm like, if Arul does that, this jihadi who's probably wearing, I don't know, wearing a jacket full of bomb or something, and he's like, yes sir, I'm not interested right now, I'll talk to you later. And you were like, and you're also a conformist, you're not a pushover guy. You don't let people push you over. Like, you stand your position, but in a very polite manner, and it's actually a very, very strong, I felt, from my business point of view, management learning that I should learn from you, and that you, in all sense, want to fulfill your purpose without offending anybody. That is your primary agenda. Like, you have to
Absolutely.
tell people the
When I get back
negativity of.
home, when I get back home, I need to be confident that my precious Lord Jesus was happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that too with minimal damage towards their egos, which is, again, since they have no knowledge, they have a lot of egos. That's usually what happens. Like, people with less knowledge have more egos.
Okay, can I please quickly say something, Anuranjan? You say you want in your business this characteristic. I'll say this, and then I'll let Brother Adam actually have a conversation with you. Very simply, would you believe there are a few very popular business management books which are entirely based on the Bible?
That's one. I didn't know this.
Entirely based on the Bible. And number two, you might have heard of the financial crash that we had in 2007, 2008. You might have heard. And beautifully, a number of investment banks and so on collapsed after that. You might be young, I'm 41, so I'm a little bit perhaps older than you. The point is, a number of investment banks crashed. They went out of business and so on.
That's the Lehman Brothers one, that crash.
It began with BlackRock, Lehman Brothers, and so on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it went one after another over the next few years. Many banks ran into different issues. One of the banks that most banks ran into issues. Most banks, if not all banks. Only some banks, actually, Japanese banks escaped relatively easily and that sort of stuff. But one of the banks that ran into issue was Barclays.
Yeah, I heard this story.
And I worked there also. I believe. Okay. I think around the time I worked there, or a little bit before that, they introduced, after they ran into some severe cultural issues, people couldn't trust. There were, all sorts of different trust issues were there, even on senior management, because there were some proper skullduggery work going on. But would you believe, when there was new management and they wanted to change the culture, would you believe, they actually studied the Bible, studied the New Testament especially, but the New Testament stands on top of the Old Testament. So they studied the Bible to come up with what they introduced at that time as their Barclays values. And you can find that actually, I forget right now all the 5 things, but respect, and for 5, integrity, RISES, I think, RISES, I think, I could be wrong, but respect, integrity, and 3 other things, which actually came straight out of the Bible. And I know that they actually studied the Bible to come up with that, because they really wanted to get a Christian culture, but without saying, you need to be Christian, that sort of stuff. So I would comment to you, Anuranjan, if you're really interested, you know what? Pick up a New Testament, especially the Gospels, and read through that, you would be surprised how many things you would actually learn, especially from the person of Jesus. And you would think, hey, look, I want that, and that sort of stuff. And you see what I'm saying? No compulsion, but try and see how you'd be surprised. Yeah.
I'm also looking forward to the book that is coming up. When is it releasing?
Soon, now we are really actually soon. In
And what is it about?
the first book on Islam, the first book on Islam is about the coming Islamic takeover of the West.
Okay. Okay. I mean,
So
okay. No, I don't want like um I want to lose the plot for the book, but is it about also preventing how it happens, or is it about like to just tell people that this is going to happen, wake up, like that?
it's both.
Okay.
It'll actually it's essentially an exposition of one aspect of the Quranic theology, Islamic theology, based on solid reading of the Quran. So you'll become a Quran expert. When you go through that, you'll be one of the few Quran experts in the entire world, like Adam Seeker. You'll be one of the few, and so you
And
will
is
have.
the funny part is I used to listen to Adam Seeker and ex-Muslim Sahil way before I used to listen to you guys. I mean, you came much later in my life. Adam Seeker and ex-Muslim Sahil started off that journey, and then I've been able to transform some people. I wouldn't say hundreds or thousands, but some people definitely to come out of Islam.
You will never know if you're seeing some. Yeah, at that, in that note, I let Adam speak. Sorry, I've been speaking a lot. Sorry, Adam, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, brother, and I appreciate and respect what you're doing. Seriously speaking, thanks a lot. And about your first part, I am not as patient. I'm still working on it. As you know, I come from a Muslim background, and I come from a very different kind of a Muslim background. So I'm still working on my shortcomings when it comes to being patient. I'm patient for as long as the person is patient with me. As soon as he starts abusing and all, I lose my temper. I'm trying, as you can see nowadays, I'm trying a little to be a little more better, but Arul has a different level of patience. I still
Oh,
have not achieved that. So, with that being said, I'm not the right person to give you an advice at this moment on that part. That is only Arul.
no, and
I'm yet
just
working on it.
interrupting 1 minute. The best part about Arul is he's not a pushover. You can't shove him down. You can't shove down. You can't just like do this to him. He's gonna stand his ground, but still be respectful enough. I mean, that's like a very special quality that I like about Arul. I've seen multiple of his videos, like probably a few 100 hours of his videos. Okay? And I can insult him. I can do anything to him. He'll be like, he'll probably call me a monkey, or I know what he calls. He calls people things. Then he calls probably somebody a Mickey Mouse or whatever. But this is one person you can't shove down. You can't keep you can't hold his throat. You can't push him over, and yet he is so respectful. I mean, that is a very premium quality in individuals as of this day and hour. Because I come from India, I come from the state of West Bengal. Intolerance towards anybody talking anything about Islam is huge. Like, you guys probably know what happened to Nupur Sharma. She just spoke about Batar Hur. She didn't say anything. She mentioned what's there in the Quran. And she was banished from the political scene for like 2 years. And then Arul is going, and also I want to tell you, I forgot about this. Every time I see Salman Rushdie's current photograph, I worry for Arul. Honestly, Arul, I think I've seen a couple of videos. This tall guy probably is your like bodyguard, or is a backup, or who's the guy?
I don't have any official bodyguard, but there are plenty of friends. There are plenty of
There's a tall guy who like pushes people out like.
Yeah. He is a brother, and I am delighted to have brothers like him, who I can trust my life with. Even though he's not my official bodyguard, I mean, no one pays him for that. and so on. So, but as a Christian community, there are a few people who have mobilized like that, which is
Yeah,
really.
because these guys, uh, how long have you been in India? Like, do you have a basic idea about the Indian astrology or something, or have you been like born and brought up in London?
I was there first 23. I finished my education there. So
Okay,
I've been there.
so
I was there.
basically, there's a planet called Rahu in the Indian astrology. If you know about that, like that's a headless planet. So basically, what happens is the people you're dealing with, they're headless. That is why the concern is, because if you're debating me, you're debating Adam Seeker, you're debating somebody else, you know, if we fail, we'll agree to it. That Arul, okay, this is something that I don't know, or probably you're right. Thank you for. But these guys, they tend to go for physical harm. That's why I'm literally telling you, you're not my family member, you're not my friend, you're not my neighbor. But the only thing probably our complexions are like, but that doesn't make us brothers. So, but I literally care for you. Like every damn day when I see your videos, I literally care for you, and I honestly pray to my Bhagwati for your safety and concern.
Lovely. Anuranjan, unless Adam, did you want to say anything to Anuranjan? But I really thank you. Good wishes of people like you. I take what you're saying seriously. When you say you care, I completely understand. I know I know many people who are like you. So I'm really delighted to have friends like you. Which is really important in life. But yeah, I'm relying upon God. For as long as God wants me to be alive, no one can touch me. When we read the history of how God takes care of people, God of the Bible, phenomenal. He interacts and so on. So I'm relying upon Him. I know, through God's grace. So thank you for the concern. But I really want to comment to you, Anuranjan. The Jesus. Please check out the book. But also, I'd be looking forward to people like you having good discussions, deep discussions about our worldviews also. But of course, with the idea we're not going to kill each other through God's grace. It'll be lovely. I'm really looking forward to that
So,
also.
if you really want to debate or discuss on Hinduism or our thing, I could be a part of it, and I have a few very great scholars. Like, from which part of India did you belong? Arun, when you were in India?
Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu. Okay, so Tamil Nadu is one place where I've gone and learned Kalaripayattu too. So that also I've done, and I have a lot of proper connections with people from Ramakrishna Mission also, with whom we can do this discussion. And they're all like very learned people about the Vedas, about the Stotas, about our Shastras. So you probably got my email by now, or I can, however I can, share it with you.
I don't have your email. By virtue of you logging in, I don't get your email. But I don't know if that's what you said. But if you're able to, let me know your email in the live chat, in the private chat. It's only Adam and me who are able to see your private chat. So if you're able to.
Absolutely. So I'll share my email and mobile number with you.
Sure. Sure, you can do right now. If you do right now, that's fine, because it's only us who are trustworthy over there, just in case someone really joins. Oops. Oh, I think we lost him.
Or he can just send the email later to you. Your email is public, right? You have a public email address?
Yeah. Cool. Let's get on with what we wanted to say, Adam. Anuranjan, I can see him join again. Can you please, in the private chat, let us know your email? But lovely to speak to you. God's blessings, Anuranjan. Thank you very much. Please just update your email here, or I'll let you know your email here. So let's get on with what we were about to do. And did you want to start? What did you want to do? Did you want to start? did you want me to start?
No, no,
I
please
was
start.
yeah, go on.
I'm I'm actually saying Islam is peaceful, brother.
Go ahead.
Islam is peaceful. Allah says in the Quran, if you Google it, it will say La ikraha fid deen. When you Google in the
Yeah.
in and you say Islam is peaceful, mashallah. So Google will tell you for the first thing the Google will tell you is um, the Islam start with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah who's most merciful, most beneficent. And with that being said, if anybody says otherwise, it's wrong, it's bad, and all that. So you must have heard the same thing. How can you say now that Islam is not peaceful, Islam is violent? That's just not good, brother.
Obnoxious.
Obnoxious, yeah.
How, how do we misrepresent Islam as, yeah? Um, oh yeah, and the name Islam, yeah, means peace.
No, no, that's actually wrong. A lot of scholars define that is wrong. Islam does not mean peace. Islam, it has an alif
Submission.
before the scene, so it doesn't come. The root word is not salam. The word is aslam, which means submission. So anybody who says Islam means peace is like a propaganda that they tried to create for a couple of years, but it didn't work. So Islam means fully submitting to Allah's commands and wills.
So give the technical detail again. The root word is asalam for what reason?
Aslam means
Aslam.
submission. Aslam, which
Yeah,
means submission, not salam. Salam means peace. So it doesn't come from the word peace, because if you read Quran chapter number 47, verse number 35, Allah says, "Do not go for peace." So it means do not go for Islam. Then, so that's not a good idea. So
yeah,
it comes from uh,
asalam.
yeah, so do not weaken and call for peace while you are superior, and Allah is with you, and He will never deprive you from your deed. So it comes from submission, not from peace.
Yeah, lovely. Um, cool. So, but hopefully there is some Muslims somewhere who is who is knowledgeable enough. I earlier saw a couple of what appeared to be Muslim names join the stream. Who are the Muslims who are watching? The brave
Yeah,
Muslims.
brother, they are so brave in the chat.
No.
Somebody was saying to me in my live chat, "Hey, answer the difficult question." I was like, "Come and ask me." And then he was going left, right. So yeah, there are a lot of people who are very courageous in the chat, but they will not come in to have a discussion. Um, that's the reality.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a shame. If they know enough, they should be able to show up. So if there is a Muslim who is watching who has any reason to think that you are intelligent, that you know your stuff, that you've been reciting your Quran for I don't know how many years, reading through your Quran, breaking your head with the Quran for a few years, you should have some level of information. And who is this Adam Seeker? I mean, who is this Arul? Arul, you should be able to smash us, into abyss very easily. So hopefully there is some Muslim who is like that. Not the ones who haven't read the Quran at all. The ones who have read the Quran, or at least have begun to read the Quran, one of you should be able to come. Um,
By the way,
one
you
of you,
opened Surah Fatiha. Why did you
yeah.
open Surah Fatiha?
I just thought I'll open chapter 1. Did you want me to go somewhere else for you to make your point?
No, this is a very important point as well, Surah Fatiha. If you are a simple Muslim and there's only the five prayers, you recite this surah 17 times in a day. And if you are offering nafal and sunnahs, you actually recite this over 56 times a day. This just this surah. And can you please read the last verse of this surah?
Yeah. The path of those whom thou hast favored, not the path of those who earn thine anger, nor of those who go astray.
All right, so this verse is maybe your translation is saying anger and astray. Actually, it says اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. So not to those that Allah is angry upon. Allah is angry upon, and they are one of the daleens. They are one of the astrayers. Now, the problem is, you know that if you read the tafsir, some of the tafsir are saying that these are non-Muslims, but majority of the tafsirs are saying they are Christians and Jews. The Christians are daleen, and Maghdub people are the Jews. Maghdub people are the ones who earned Allah's anger, so they are the Jews, and daleens are the Christians. Read any tafsir, these are the two categories you will see. You will either see the whole non-Muslim community or Jews and Christian, depending on which actually you take. So, with that being said, every single Muslim, every single day, over 17 times or a bare minimum 17 times, showing the curse of Allah, the qahr of Allah, or the anger of Allah upon the non Muslims, especially Jews and Christians. What kind of a God Allah is, who have asked the people to not to pray for the people who are astray, but to have a abusive prayer towards them. I don't even know there is a language for this kind of a thing, because this is supposedly a prayer. So this shows the inherent um, mental jihad that a Muslim is doing, even though he is not even engaging with a non-Muslim, but rather he is supposedly, quotes in quotes, spiritually worshipping his God. And that's the word spiritual is quotes in quotes. So don't count me on that. I cannot prove that from Quran. So that's what Muslim says. So he's spiritually, quotes in quotes, spiritually worshipping his God, and he is in going away or making a distance or dehumanizing the people, as in the whole community who are not Muslims. What would you say, sir?
Well, absolutely. I mean, what comes to my mind is the parable that I think I discussed in my Bible study. I was trying to remember where I discussed. Very simply, where Jesus mentioned about two people coming to pray. The tax collector and I think the one more, and the religious man saying, "Hey, look, I'm not like him, God. I'm not like him." And Jesus had some choice words to, when I say choice words, of course, not anything evil or rude or whatever, but factually saying, "Don't do that." When you come, but he admired the prayer of the tax collector who came and said, "Look, I'm terrible. Please help me." And that would, ideally, not ideally, hopefully people are doing that, where as Christians we come before God and say, "God, please help me, and I have this, my character is like this, and and that sort of stuff." But you are entirely right. When you have been asked to of course we know of the Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
I will be done.
And go through the entire thing. It's essentially you before God saying, "Please help me." That's
Yes.
prayer. That's the prayer that Jesus teaches. And the prayer that the Islamic Allah teaches, you are entirely right, which people repeat. How many times you said?
17 times if you are only doing fard, if you are not doing sunnahs and nawafil, then 17 times. If you do sunnahs and nawafil, then the value goes all the way up to 56 times or more.
56 times. And if you are someone, if you're a Muslim apologist, one of the Dawa Mafia gang ringleaders at Speaker's Corner, then you do this 1,000 times. Because anytime you run into a Christian, you have to plead and beg, Islamic Allah, please help me.
Yeah.
You're praying desperately.
And
You're
this
praying.
is like, this prayer is like the Lord's prayer that you said right now. So you have
Yeah,
a comparison, because this prayer is in Quran and it is the supposedly the first one. It's a prayer of Allah that has been given to Muslims. So imagine, in this prayer you have kind of a, I won't say it's a proper curse, but you have kind of a curse that he's showing that Allah is doing this. So isn't that amazing that this is a very, very 180 degrees opposite ideology than Christianity?
absolutely. I mean, I understand your point when you say, it's only kind of a curse, but, for people to be thinking every how many other times they do this, for people to be thinking how terrible the other fellows are, even if they are right, even if they are right, how terrible the other fellows are, how terrible the other fellows are, is not a good way to live your life. Adam, can you imagine me showing up here and say, how terrible you are, but me, I am a marvelous fellow. How terrible you are, me, I'm a marvelous fellow. You'd punch me into my face, no, won't you?
And this is the beauty, that they say that we are the religion of peace, but when we look at it, we don't see peace. Because
Yeah,
now when you said how marvelous they are, can you please go to chapter number 3, verse number 110? Actually, Allah is like this. There's a very, like, I'm just showing I'm just showing 180-degree contrast right now before we go into violence, because we need to establish why the violence is there. You know, I'm establishing a groundwork for the violence. Chapter number 3, verse number 110. Can you please read, sir, for me? Your English is like very old English that you're reading. So I am Sahi International guy.
okay, let me do Sahih International, if you like. Chapter 3. I can read also, because that way, we can.
Okay, that will be better, because like this translation that you're showing is like, I can't pronounce that. I can't even read King James version. That's just me, as in silly me.
Okay.
You are the best nation produced for mankind. You, as a Muslims, are the best nation produced for mankind. You enjoy what is right and forbid what is wrong and believe in Allah. If only the people of the scripture had believed, it would have been better for them. Among them are believers, but most of them are defiantly disobedient. So here, how can God of the universe say that you people are the best of the mankind? Like, how can you say that? Kuntum khayri ummati akhrajat lin-nas. How can you say that? Does that even make sense at all? So a Muslim can be the worst Muslim in the history of humankind. He's still the best people ever raised upon mankind. And you know how
Yeah.
Muhammad defined that? There is a prophetic commentary of this in Sahih al-Bukhari. I'm sending you the link in the private chat. You can click open it. So there are certain things which are called commentary, which are tafsir by other people. Okay. And there are certain verses for which Muhammad himself gave the tafsir. And this is in Sahih al-Bukhari, which is called prophetic commentary, which is the commentary of the verses of the Quran by Muhammad himself. He says the verse, like, do you see the chapter name? It says chapter number 3, verse number 110. Here, you true Muslim. No, Nishi. I mean, a little down. The prophetic commentary. So, a little up in the gray area. Yes, this name. So the name of this chapter is, you true believers in Islamic monotheism are the real follower of Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and his Sunnah, are the best people ever raised up on mankind. So now this is he's explaining this verse. The verse, you are the best people ever raised up for mankind, means best of the people for the people as you bring them with chains on their necks till they embrace Islam. Arul's eyes just popped open a little. Because you bring them with chains on their necks till they embrace Islam. So the whole idea is, why are you the best of the best people? Because you forcefully make them accept Islam with the chain around their necks and drag them, bracket start, like a dog, bracket close, into Islam. If they can do the translation of bracketology, then I can do it sometimes as well, right?
This is terrible. So essentially, the entire idea is just by just by the fact of receiving or becoming a Muslim, first of all, the Muslims are being told that you are the best. You could be as terrible as Muhammad, or perhaps worse. But if you bow down your head and say what was shahada, what nonsense, then you become the best. Number two is that it even qualifies that further, and it says the reason is you bring people with chains on their necks till they embrace Islam. It's not just that you are utterly dumb, clueless, but you're also able to abusively, maliciously, employing physical coercion, able to bring someone else to the same mud junk, and therefore you are the best.
Yep, that is true. That is true.
And the Islamic Allah. Oops, what happened there? Can you still see me properly,
Yeah,
Adam?
you actually did maybe you actually have made the stream go into portrait mode as well. So in the bottom, you before above my name and your name, there is a button on the extreme left side. Click that, and it will go away in the stream here.
Ah, I see. Oh, so, okay. So there's something hide vertical. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
and
Cool.
that's it.
I didn't
So
know.
you can hide that now
Is that
if you
hidden
want.
now?
No, no,
Okay.
it's not hidden yet, but you can hide that.
Uh, is that so? I was like this.
I Yeah, I don't have
No,
the
this is
no
fine.
above this on the left side. Yeah, the same location where you're changing these flows on the left side. You will have this option. Or somebody in your chat came in as a guest and he pushed it on his channel. So on the top right corner, see there is a fourth after my Facebook and my there would be somebody
Ah,
else who tried to push it on his channel. So click on that and remove, disconnect, or end the stream on his channel. So somebody just did that. So when some Muslims comes in, they try to do that as well while they are not even talking. So on the top right corner, it will be your channel, my channel, and my Facebook, and then it will be somebody else. Yes, you got it. So
yeah.
there are
Okay.
certain times when people try to do such a thing. When you have guest can stream on your channel, you need
Yeah.
to be a little vigilant on that part on the top side because they are just, there are some, riders along. They just want to, push it on their channel.
That's I didn't know that before, but good to good to know. Um, what at least now our view is okay-ish, isn't it?
Yeah.
We are back in the okay. Cool. So and I was just going to add on top of just remind on top of what you expounded there, going back one level and reminding people Muslims are the best. Why? Because they can drag others by chains to become Muslims. And number three, unfortunately, the Jews and the Christians aren't as good as that. If only the people of Scripture had believed, it would have been better for them in this way, in the way that Islam wants them to believe. So we have serious issues. I mean, this is counter to everything that we would value in our lives. Can you imagine? I mean, if you're a Muslim who's watching, such as Jalal Hassan, if you're watching, which you are right now, and there are other Muslims who are watching, despite your anger and hatred towards Adam and myself, I'd like to request you to just for a moment consider this. For a moment. Your religion is saying that you are lovely, you are the best because you're forcing others into your religion. That's what your religion is ultimately saying. You are the best because you're forcing others. And I'd like to ask you if that is how you'd like your religion to be recognized. Best religion because we force others. If you're especially living in the West, even if you're not living in the West, ask yourself, consult your conscience. Consult your conscience and ask, is this what I value, where I force others to follow my religion? If you're happy with that, please go ahead. No one is going to force you. We are Christians. We're not going to chop your heads off just because you still think some silly idea, nasty idea is a good idea. But if you would ask us, we would say, look, hey, noble behavior is where you are able to converse with someone else and are able to explain to someone else why you have the truth. That's what we like to comment to you.
Another one, some did that again. So somebody in the backstage is very, very keen on doing such a thing. You have to go to Quran chapter number 5, verse number 101 to see why conversation is not allowed.
Say again, Surah 5.
Verse number 101. And while you do that, I'll be right back, sir. Please
Sure.
continue this discussion. And somebody did this again. You have some leecher on your channel who is leeching to put it on his channel. So he's doing that. So make sure you see on the
And then
top
the
what
gentleman
is
is
happening.
repeatedly coming.
Yeah, and he's doing that. So you can, yeah, this is something that he is repeatedly doing, unfortunately. So some people these are Muslims, and
Yeah,
they
yeah,
wanna do this something.
distract.
Yeah. So
Um,
you might have somebody in the backside. So you do this and explain why they are not going to engage, or you who believe do not ask about things which, if are shown to you, you will get distressed. So this is amazing. So in the meantime, I will be right back. I'm sorry, this is the time when I
no
have to
problem.
take like 15 minutes of a break, and I will be back.
No problem. So let's read this carefully. Surah 5, Surah Al-Ma'idah, which introduces the religion of Islam in a particular way at a particular stage. A new introduction. Surah Al-Ma'idah, Surah 5. And ayat 101 here. O you who have believed, do not ask about things which, if they are shown to you, will distress you. Now, this is a classical example of this should make it clearly obvious that Islam is a brainwashing system. And every brainwashing system would have this. Every brainwashing system would have this integral to it. And what is that? Don't ask questions, especially things which are troubling you. Don't ask. Don't ask. This is your religion. Now, what I like to do is, in relation to Islam being violent, what I'd like to do is, I'm going to. Adam showed you a verse already from Surah 3, Surah Al Imran. What I'm going to do is, I am going to go to Surah 60 and Ayat 4. Surah Al Mumtahina. Surah Al Mumtahina, Ayah 4. For Muslims who are watching, for non-Muslims who are watching, another important. I said there are three. My dear friend, who is this? Okay, so Surah Al-Mumtahina, Surah 60, Ayah 4. What does it say? There has already been for you an excellent pattern. People might have seen me mention this in videos from conversations at Speaker's Corner. So let's go through this carefully. There has already been for you an excellent pattern. Who is the you here? And if you go to, maybe I'll show you the let's see. Actually, this has if this has Sahih International. If it has, maybe. Oh no, it doesn't actually have. But in any case, I'll show you a brief overview of how Surah Al-Mumtahina starts from a different translation. Piktal. How does it start? O ye who believe, choose not my enemy and your enemy for allies. So it's clearly the Islamic Allah pleading with the Muslims. Oh, you who believe, please take my enemies as your enemies. Don't be friendly with them. Take them as your enemies. He's pleading. And as he's pleading, he's going on to give some additional instruction here, and you can see that follow. And therefore, you subsequently end up in Surah 60, the same Surah, Ayat 4. What does he say in Ayat 4? The Islamic Allah is essentially sharing a timeless principle of Islam. A timeless principle. Why do I say it's timeless? I'm saying it's timeless because he's pointing out to something that happened with the Islamic Ibrahim. Islamic Ibrahim. And so, speaking in the 7th century or later, it's referring to someone, according to the myth called Islam, referring to an Islamic Ibrahim who came, who clearly is a myth. The true Abraham lived around 2000 BC. So we're talking about someone who came 2600 years before the advent of Islam. And the Islamic Allah is sharing a life lesson for the Muslims from this fake Islamic Ibrahim. What is the life lesson? There has already been for you Muslims, believers, an excellent pattern, or according to my Arabic Muslim friends, excellent pattern in Ibrahim, in the Islamic Ibrahim, and those with him. So if you want to learn Islamic Ibrahim, learn from the Islamic Ibrahim is what the Islamic Allah is saying. What do you learn from the Islamic Ibrahim? This is what you learn. What follows is what you learn. What is that follows? When they said to their people, when they said to their people, indeed, we are disassociated from you and from whatever we are disassociated from you and from whatever you worship other than Allah. First of all, the Islamic Ibrahim is saying, we have disassociated ourselves from you. Disengagement. What is the term? Unintegration. We won't integrate with you. We are unintegrated with you. We are disassociated from you. And then it says, we have denied you. And there has appeared between us and you animosity and hatred forever. Animosity and hatred forever. Until you believe in the Islamic Allah alone. So Islamic Ibrahim is saying, hey, look, we are first of all unintegrate from you. We will never integrate with you. We disassociate from you, and whatever you worship from the no one is compelling you to worship what the other fellows were worshipping. And so this is a gaslighting narration. But let's say we ignore that. And what are they saying? We are disassociated from you. And then it says, we have denied you, and there has appeared between us and you animosity and hatred forever. So Muslims, why are they angry when Muslims show up at Speaker's Corner speaking to me in person, or when Muslims show up in Adam Seeker's live stream, or wherever else, when Muslims show up in all sorts of other live streams? Why are they constantly angry? You can see that in their faces already. I wish many times we are able to capture that on video. Sometimes we are a little bit delayed to capture that on video because they are standing off the frame, but you can see they are angry. And I ask them, why are you angry? And then they realize they're angry, and then they suddenly change their demeanor because they are a little bit ashamed of being angry. Why are they angry? Naturally, because they've been praying, this prayer of a curse. And they're angry because also that's what the religion Islam teaches. We have denied you, and there has appeared between us and you animosity and hatred forever until you believe in the Islamic Allah alone. This is your religion. Brother Adam brought the reference up from Surah Al-Imran as to how Islam is a religion where physical coercion. Muslims are given a pat in the back because they can physically coerce others to become Muslims. This is what's happening in the prisons of the UK, by the way. Gangs, Muslim gangs are forcing people into, non-Muslims into following Islam. And, you know, if you want to have your life safe, you better fall in line with us, is the compulsion given. And so that's one thing that Brother Adam brought up. And what I'm bringing up here is not just the fact is of course, you compel others, physically coerce others. And number two is you show animosity and hatred towards who? Towards your own people. It doesn't matter if these are your family members. In the case of the Islamic Ibrahim, the example used is your family, is his own family members, and the Islamic Allah is saying that is a good example, that your family members, you disassociate from them, don't engage with them, be unintegrated with them. And we see this in reality in the UK. Many people who become Muslims, youngsters, slightly older and so on, they move away from their families, don't speak to their parents anymore, don't speak to others anymore. And by speak, I mean literally disengage and move and begin showing hatred. And at the same time, you call Islam to be peace. Islam to be peace. Shamelessly. I mean, let's look at this. Adam, you're not back, are you? Okay, so Adam isn't back. Let me bring the example of this fellow. I keep forgetting his name. The I am the Warner. I mean, unbelievable. This is I mean, not that I'm any fond of him or anything. I mean, he conveys utter junk when he is on the streets. So I'm not impressed at all by what he does. But it's a bit funny to see what he says in his videos. What he says in his videos. On many occasions, please, if you haven't watched him, give it a try. I am the Warner is a I normally say gentleman, but he's clearly one of the Muslim men. So not gentlemen, but harsh men, angry men, who is based in the US right now. And he does regular dawah. And if you watch any selection, maybe for 3 or 4 videos, you already would already run into a serious problem where he challenges people. Now, challenging is fine. I challenge people. Him challenging people is fine. But the problem is he challenges people, and this is literally the challenge. He says, "Oh, do you want me to knock you down?" That's the challenge. In the streets of the US. Can you imagine the level of junk that the former, I don't want to say former, but Christian nations are facing? The things that we import. He says, "Do you want me to knock you down?" And there was a video where I saw he was essentially telling a gentleman, apparently a Christian gentleman, who was standing with his wife. He was telling him, "Do you want me to knock you down whilst your wife is saying?" Is literally the threat. I just saw a couple of his videos, and I can't. Maybe it's in my watch history, but this is the sort of challenge. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we'll do a while Adam while you're waiting. Let's do a video time right now. He's too shy to preach when you are taking picture. Oh, I actually was in one of the live streams, I think. Let's see.
There's really only one smart choice for chefs, and that's titanium. Hi, I'm Jeremy Solomon, and
speak to you. Ooh, it's pretty windy. That's what your mom taught me. Mom, the only thing I have for you is my fist.
The Christian gentleman comes and places his camera aside.
I don't talk to enemies of Islam.
And the Christian gentleman walks to this fellow who clearly is making himself available for public conversations. And so the Christian gentleman walks towards this I am the warner. Look at the introduction.
I don't talk to enemies of Islam.
The Christian gentleman asks, how are you doing? As Christians would do. How are you doing? And what does a Muslim man say? What does he say? He says, I don't talk to enemies of Islam. I mean, what is this religion doing in the West? A Christian, despite knowing that Islam is so terrible, has the courtesy to move towards a fellow human being, against all disagreements, and exchange a pleasantry. How are you doing? Very simple. Nice. Even if you don't like what the other person is doing, it's a good idea to do, to share some good wishes to your fellow human being. How are you doing? And what does I am the one to say? I don't talk to enemies of Islam. So clearly, even before the conversation starts, in this fellow's mind, in the gentleman who is on the left, in his mind, a Christian is an enemy. Why? Because the Christian has disagreed with Islam. And so I'd like to remind you again what Surah 60, Surah Al-Mumtah. Why does the Muslim say, I don't talk to enemies of Islam? Because Allah pleads with the Muslims, don't have my enemies as your allies. Don't speak to them. Don't engage with them. Don't show love towards them. Don't. If these are my enemies, they are your enemies. So this is why Muslims already consider Christian preachers or any others who are proper, solid Christians as enemies. And some of you might have seen an engagement I had with a Shia cleric at Speaker's Corner, or the engagement I didn't have with him. He said the same, that I made myself the enemy of Islam, is what he said. But how I wish I had asked him at that stage, how exactly I made myself an enemy of Islam. I would have liked to ask, but I focused on something else at that time. But okay, let's continue.
Islam. I said, I don't talk to enemies of Islam. The only thing I have for you is my fist. So if that's what you want, then if you want to fight, we can fight. But
the only thing I have for you is my fist. If you want to fight, then come, let's fight. Why does Muhammad Jihad? People might have seen Muhammad Jihad lately. Muhammad Jihad, of course, he ran into issues running from one hotel room to another. He ran into a few issues clearly, and he was trying to act or some act and whatever else that he was doing. In the midst of that, he seems now to be focused on fighting MMA. Can you see? Winner. I very much doubt if. Oh, sorry, I wasn't sharing the right tab. Look at that. Look at that. Mohammed Jihad has been a stripper for a long time. He has been a stripper for a long time. I remember even years ago, in public stripping and so on. And so I'm not surprised. But he had a couple of them. Why are these Muslims so keen on fighting? Fighting. These are, bear in mind, Muslim influencers, very popular. They have spent too much time, promoting fighting. And I'd like to ask the question, why are they doing that now? And I have my suspicions. I have reasons to think that perhaps these guys are wanting Muslims to take up physical animosity seriously and to train for it. Physical animosity seriously and to train for it. So that's why is that? That is because Islam is a hateful religion. Islam isn't in the West to engage in meaningful dialogues, to resolve disagreements, to try and get to the bottom of the truth. Hello, Sister Unique. Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you. Islam has been this is what Islam is, a violent, evil cult. Violent, evil cult. And so I'd like to ask, if you're a Muslim who's watching, please show up on stage. I doubt if any Muslim would be willing to show up on stage, but if you're a Muslim who's watching, and if you think, oh no, despite all of this, all of what I am saying, all of what Adam is saying, that Islam is a baseful religion, if that's what you think, come on stage. Let us see if that is... I'm biased. Hey, Mr. Jalal Hassan, God's blessings to you. But it's not good wasting plenty of time behind your keyboard. I've got a number of keyboards in my office room. But I don't remain just behind the keyboard. We show up on streams, engage. Why? Because as Christians, we think and we engage. But and the unfortunate reality is with Muslims, all that we have is this fellow who says he only has the fist with which he wants to engage. So let's continue watching this.
But I don't talk to enemies of Islam. Huh? This is why I teach myself. So get your camera out of my face. I'm not going to speak to you.
Get the camera out of my face. The camera is a million miles away. He says, get the camera out of my face.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to you.
Here saying you have...
Okay, let's see. There's someone who is in the backstage. Truth Finder, can you please show your face briefly before we bring you on stage? Truth Finder. Please show your face briefly to Joe. Truth Finder, you need to show your face. If you don't have your camera on, no, you need to show your face. As a matter of fact, I think perhaps you are the one who has shown up. Don't worry, we're not asking around. Just show your face. Show your face. Let me bring you on. If you are the same person who has engaged with me multiple times, I'd like for you to. Well, sorry. In that case, we can't take you. If there is any other Muslim, it's Muslim defender. I mean, any brave Muslim. Any brave Muslim. Any brave Muslim. Okay, maybe. What's that? Yeah, sure, you can. Okay, let's see.
Hello.
Hello.
I used to jump on Hatun Tash's live, and I spoke to Adam Seeker before. He knows who I am.
Sure. So you are a Muslim yourself?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
So tell me, after reading Surah 60, Ayah 4, why exactly is Islam not a violent religion? Are you, first of all, are you here to say that Islam is not a violent religion?
Well, it depends what you mean by violent. If you're coming to fight the Muslims have every right to do self-defense. That means in a war zone you could kill the enemies that is coming to kill you. Self-defense.
Sure.
We have all religions have that
And then
same.
Don't throw junk. Don't throw junk. Don't slander. Focus only on Islam right now.
Okay. It's fair enough. I understand Christianity has no self-defense. Fair enough. Islam has self-defense. In Christianity, if let's say invading army,
Mr. Muslim defender, please.
Christians
Okay,
are
so you agree?
obligated not to fight back.
Muslim, please. Muslim defender, please. Stay focused right now. I'm going to show you what you might not have read in the Quran before. And I'm showing you Surah 60, Surah Al-Mumtahina, Ayah 4. Surah Al-Mumtahina, Ayah 4 isn't what you described at all.
Are you saying
I need to finish. I need to finish. Yeah, Surah 60, Ayah 4. Surah 60, Ayah 4 is giving a clear instruction. I'll just give me 1 minute. I'll present the challenge properly, and then please engage with the challenge. Surah 60, Ayah 4, out of various other places where we can learn about Islam, is giving a precise summary of Islam's violent intent. I'll make 2 points from there. It's there in front of your face right now as the YouTube output. Very simply, it says the Islamic Ibrahim showed a pattern for all Muslims, and the pattern is if your family members and relatives and so on are non-Muslims, people who worship anyone other than the Islamic Allah, then you have to disassociate yourself from them. First of all, disengage, not integrate with the rest of your family at all, not even relate to them, not even associate yourself with them. Point number 1. Point number 2, you begin showing animosity towards them and hatred towards them. So you're animous and hatred towards even your family members. Nothing to do with war zone, nothing to do with any of the other stuff that you mentioned. If you show animosity towards your family members just because they are not Muslims, that's terrible. That's an evil, violent religion. Please, are you happy with this religion?
I'm absolutely happy because I know the story of Abraham a lot, and I know what you're talking about. His dad was a pagan. He was an idol worshiper. He was actually an idol maker. And yet Abraham loved his dad. He prayed for him. disassociated with his idol worshipping and idol making, but he respected his father. He never abused him.
Okay, are you reading what I'd like for you to respect the Quran as a Muslim.
Yeah, I got the surah on my screen as well. I pulled it up.
Yeah,
It says,
but for some reason you didn't read the surah carefully.
"Oh,
You
let me
said,
read it."
please, once. Yeah, please read. Are you going to read in English?
Yeah, I'm gonna read it in English. It's from
Please.
I put it up so it's easier for me. So you already, the chapter starts. You already have an excellent example in Abraham, and those with him when they said to their people, "We totally disassociate ourselves from you and shun whatever idols you worship beside Allah. We reject you." The enmity and hatred that has arisen between us and you will last until you believe in Allah alone. The only exception is when Abraham said to his father, "I will seek forgiveness for you," adding, "But I cannot protect you from Allah at all." The believers prayed, "Our Lord, you we trust, and you we always turn, and you is the final return."
So two particular points I'd like to highlight. You craftily said he disassociated with the idols he made, but that's not what the ayat is saying. The ayat is saying that Ibrahim, the Islamic Ibrahim, disassociated from his family, from his people.
I got the ayah here.
Please listen. Please listen. You said craftily earlier. You need to rewatch.
Can I
But
pull up my screen, please?
please listen. Let me finish. 2 points to highlight. Number one, not Abraham, the Islamic Ibrahim disassociated himself from his people. Problem number one. And problem number two, he says there has been between him and his people animosity and hatred. On what grounds? On religious ground alone. Just because they differed in religion, he said there is animosity and hatred between him and his family. That's terrible.
But if you go to number 2 on 62, it says, "If they gain upper hand over you, they would be your open enemies, unleashing their wrath and tongues to harm you, and wishing that you would abandon faith." If you go to chapter 2 as well.
Yeah, Thambi is disturbing. Okay, let's do that. So you're going to ayat number 2, which we can go to, no problem. So let's trace from there. Who is ayat 1 speaking to? Ayat 1. Who is ayat 1 speaking?
May I please intervene over here just a little bit, if you don't mind? I've been listening. I was here for some time and I've been listening. The ayah 4 is one of the most renowned verse for the Islamic concept called al-wala wal-bara. I don't know why this guy is running to ayah 2 with another context, but this is called the ayah of al-wala wal-bara. So, Mr. Muslim, do you know what al-wala wal-bara is?
No, I do not know what that is.
So, can you do me a favor? Google al-wala wal-bara and tell me what it says.
Okay. How do you spell that?
A-L space
A-L.
W-A-L-A space W-A-L space B-A-R-A, or in Arabic, I'm giving you in the private chat, al-wala wal-bara. So ask Google or ChatGPT or anything, what is the concept of al-wala wal-bara in Islam?
Okay, let me copy that.
Please do that. Ask Google, what does it say?
Okay. It's a fundamental doctrine in Islam that translate literally to loyalty, loyalty and disavow, or allegiance, decision. It's concerned with the sincere love for Allah and His Prophet and the believers, coupled with enmity, hatred towards what opposes them, all for the sake of Allah.
Perfect. So it is hating for the sake of Allah and loving for the sake of Allah. In short, read it 10 times. This is the moral of the story, what I just said. So you may read it 10 times. That's not a problem. Read it again and tell me the paragraph that you read. It means hating for the sake of Allah and loving for the sake of Allah. Al-wala wal-bara.
Well, that's what it says, but then obviously if you understand the
What
you have
does
to
it say
understand
first?
the context.
No, nothing else. Please stick to the point.
You have to
What
understand.
is the what is the fundamental concept that you just read? What is it? Please read it again and tell me, is this a fundamental concept of Islam? You just read it.
It says
You just read the first line that you read from your Google search. What is the first line?
the first line says the Islamic principle means
Not what Arul is showing. What you are reading, because you are reading from somewhere else. You are reading from ChatGPT. Arul is reading from Google.
I'm reading from Google as well.
So you first you said fundamental principle. Now you are imitating
Can I
fundamental.
pull it
Okay.
up? Can I pull it up for you? I'll put it backstage. Here it is, so you can see it with me.
So pull it up. Arul will
I
show
got
it on screen.
backstage.
So let's see what you are reading is the same thing what you're speaking, because you add words. I know that since my past interaction with you.
Yeah. Here it
Okay.
is. There it is.
Okay.
The
Zoom
concept,
in a little bit. Okay. So now read the first passage.
the concept of al-wala is a fundamental
Al-wala wal-bar'a. Two things.
doctrine in Islam.
So what type of doctrine it is?
Well, in the AS is fundamental,
What?
but it's
type-
widely denied. It's widely denied by Islam. No,
What is it? What you just googled it? What does it say? What does it? Don't go anywhere else. What does it say? Don't go anywhere else. What does it
what
say?
it says on the AI,
What does it say?
the concept of al-wala.
Okay. What does it say? It is what?
It's fundamental.
Fundamental. What does fundamental means?
But it's denied as well.
What
by
does
Islam.
fundamental mean? What does fundamental? Don't change it. It doesn't even deny it. So you are changing it and it doesn't even say what you are saying. So what does it say? Is it fundamental doctrine? What does fundamental means?
It is extreme.
Not
Fundamental
Google again. Yeah, we have a new definition of fundamental. Google, what is fundamental? Ask Google what is fundamental. There's a new doctrine now. Fundamental means extreme.
Fundamental is the very, very, very core, not extreme.
Okay.
Extreme is the
Yeah.
opposite. Very
Okay.
core.
If you read the second paragraph, it says foundation of faith. So fundamental is foundation of faith. So al-wala wal-bara is the foundation of your faith. The
Okay.
verse that our brother Arul just opened today, I don't think Arul would know that this verse is the foundational verse of the Islamic faith system, and the concept is called al-wala wal-bara. And I've done a full stream on this verse alone, because this verse is connected with over 50 different verses of the Quran according to Tafsir al-Tibri, Tafsir al-Qurtubi, and Tafsir ibn Kasir. So this is one of the most fundamental verse of the Quran, and it is the foundation of the faith of Islam. So can you click on show more and read what does it say in the second paragraph?
So from here, yeah, the foundation of faith, al-wala, were considered a major
Prerequisite.
prerequisite and foundation of true faith, essential for Muslims' belief system.
So to be a Muslim, this is prerequisite. So what is prerequisite? If you want to study marketing, an advanced course, you have to study the prerequisite, which is called principle of marketing. Without reading the prerequisite course, principle of marketing, you cannot read or you cannot learn the advanced course in marketing. So this is the prerequisite for your faith system. To know your faith system, this is the prerequisite thing. Without this, there is no point in doing anything whatsoever in Islam. This is how fundamental it is. But in the Western part of the world, they hide it. They don't say that we don't accept it. They hide it. They don't preach it. They don't tell this.
Well, in the Abraham's verse, is talking about the enemies.
I
And
am
if
not
you're
talking about
true
Abraham.
enemy-
Did I ask you something about Abraham right now?
no.
Okay, I'm talking about this. Where does this word comes from? From the verse chapter number 60, verse number 4, in the middle part, when he says disallows and everything. This is the verse that is coming from there, Abraham, and he's saying that in Abraham you have the pure example of al-wala wal-bara.
Yeah, that's a good
It says, is kalu liqaumihim inna bara'u minkum wa mimma ta'budun min dunillahi kafarna bikum wa abadina binai wa binaykum al aduwa wal bughza. So this is where you get al wala wal bara, and you can actually, now this is AI who's using the your scholars explanation from your books. And now the AI, you want to bring up an article which is written by your scholar or a tafsir that is written by your scholar. I'm more than willing to entertain you on this one. Otherwise, this is the fundamental concept in Islam. You can't deny that.
Okay, may I respond? If you are an enemy of Islam and you hate Muslims,
Does it say enemy of the Islam? Read the first paragraph.
No,
Does
it
it say
doesn't say
hate? Does it say hate the enemy of Islam, or it says hating for the sake of Allah and loving for the sake of Allah? Full stop.
yes. Okay.
Okay.
Then for the
So
sake of
does this verse says you hate because they are your enemy and they are killing you?
no, not now. But it's not
Okay.
really-
So the
they would
fundamental concept is not to love everyone, right?
Well, I don't love you. There's that.
You don't have to love me. I'm not asking you to love me. I'm exposing your deen. You are not supposed to love me. Otherwise, you are not even a Muslim. I wouldn't even speak with you if you love me. Okay?
I would
Now,
like
coming back to the basic point. Did Abraham said something which Muhammad said?
Did Abraham say what Muhammad said?
Yeah?
Same message, yes.
Same message. Did Ibrahim went to the temple of his area and destroyed all the idols and lied about it and put the axe in front of the biggest idol?
Absolutely, he did that.
Perfect. Thank you so very much for speaking the truth. Now, after he did such a thing, do you think the family of Abraham would have loved him?
Well, I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I don't-
Okay.
I don't-
So
I don't-
now tell me who started the hatred, Abraham or his family?
Well, Abraham done it for the love of God and smashed.
I don't care whether he done it for the love of God or for the love of camel urine and
He
milk
done it
cocktail.
to prove a point. He
I'm
done it
asking
to prove a
you,
point.
did he started the war or did his family started the war?
Well, Abraham went and smashed the idols. He started the war. They threw him into the flames. He
Thank you so very much. So
Abraham walked
before
out alive from the fire.
wait, don't go, continue. So before I was here and I was listening and I wanted Arul to complete his argument before I could intervene, you said if they fight, then we fight. Now you acknowledged that no. Abraham started it. After that, they started saying, "Oh, you're mean. Get out of our country, get out of our land," because Abraham started it. And you said he started it for the love of Allah.
He done it as a
Thank you
kid.
so very much.
He was
Mr.
attacked.
Arul, mic is yours. I have brought the person to the location where he acknowledged and accepted that they start the fight, sir.
May I reply to this as well? Well, Abraham done it as a kid. He did start this, but when you think about it, they got angry. They built they made a huge fire, and they okay from your way then.
If I go into the mosque where you worship Allah and destroy the mosque and say that your Allah destroyed it by putting an axe in the air and saying this is your Allah who destroyed the mosque, are you not going to be angry with me?
Whew.
Oof.
Wait! I thought it was back.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah,
Arul, I think I rest my case. Do you think I need to speak more?
I accidentally put gas in my face. That's why I said woof. Sorry. Yeah. The thing is, yeah. He done it to show that the idols can't save them. Like that's why he put the axe on and said it was that, and they replied saying, "No, how could it be a statue? It's a statue. You know it can't move. Then why do you worship it?" That was his. That's the reason he done it, so he could take up the.
My dear friend, you're misunderstanding or trying desperate right now, and maybe you understood and you're ignoring the point. We're not asking for why he did. We're asking if he did.
Yeah, he done it. Yeah, he done it.
If he did, then he is the initial aggressor. That's the entire point Adam was making.
Well, if you look at it, then it could be that he could be the aggressor.
Well, what do you mean? If that's why Adam gave an example. Let's say I come to your place, I don't know where you live, but if I come to your place, and of course I'm a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, and you're a Muslim. But if I come in your place and beat all of you up, maybe not beat, just to stick to the example more carefully, take all the Qurans from your home, throw it out. Who is the aggressor? For whatever reason I do. Maybe I'm right, you're wrong, you're right. Well, ignore the reason. Who is the initial aggressor?
If you came into my home, you're the aggressor because you came into my home. But this wasn't someone's house he walked into. It was a temple open for everyone.
I gave the example of a mosque, sir. Give the example.
Yeah, if I go to a mosque, if I go to your mosque, your local mosque, and do terrible things to the mosque, who is the initial aggressor?
Well, you be the initial aggressor because you are not a prophet.
That's exactly the point Adam was making. Ignore, whether I am a prophet or not is irrelevant. Crime, definition of crime doesn't change just because you're a prophet. You are an aggressor. If you're an aggressor, unprovoked, if you go and attack someone. Now, you were earlier, I want to actually make the same point using the Quran, using what you were trying to use.
In God's eye, it wasn't a crime because when they threw him into the fire, God was like, be calm. That was the punishment. That was his punishment for breaking the idols. So if he walked out from the flames, in God's eye, he was not the aggressor. He was the person bringing justice for God.
Look, my dear friend, I am pretty convinced that Muslims would like to think that you know exactly what the Islamic Allah is thinking.
In the Quran, it says he walked out from his crime.
One second. We are least concerned. We are least concerned. What I'm going to say is, if I did the same to you, saying my God is happy with me beating you up, would you be happy?
Then, if you walked out of the flames, then
okay, fine.
Abraham, he walked out from the flames from his punishment. He got punished for it.
Hey, listen, my friend. Listen. He was thrown in the fire for what? For what was the reason?
For breaking the idols.
Thank you so very much. So he initiated that.
He walked out with no pain, no scratches, no burn marks. The fire was warm, relaxing, and it's like when you sleep. That's how it felt for him in the fire. So he walked out from that flames, and people were shocked because that fire was huge. It should have.
Listen. Why does it matter? We are not talking about whether Abraham came out of fire or not. We are talking about whether Abraham started the fight or not. That was the point. Did he started the fight?
When we look at the Quran,
Did he started the fight?
he started the fight, but God made him
Shut up.
victorious.
Shut up. Did he started the fight? Yes or no, sir?
He started there, but he won.
Okay, he won. That's a separate thing. So he started the fight. Okay, what?
He started it, but he won because God allowed him to win.
Dude, that does not matter whether he won or not. It's not the point. The point is whether you guys are the initiator of the fight or not.
Well, if God is on your side, then you're invincible, and we're happy with that.
Is that the world you want to live in?
Yes, if God is giving you victory, then God,
Where do you live right now?
UK.
So if do you see what would happen to you if all the Christians mobilized in the UK and came to beat you up? Do you see what would happen to you?
Well, I would say they're extreme, but Muslims don't go around beating up Christians.
Okay, ignore. Now, if we speak about one thing, you go somewhere else. You said if you engage, if you start and then win, then that's fine, is what you said.
If God is on your side and you know God is on your side, then it's okay.
Yes,
but
we know.
if God is not with you, you can't make that move of the prophet.
I want to get back to Surah 60, Surah Al-Mumtahina. Please.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, Surah Al-Mumtahina. I want to go to the exact learning alone here. Yeah, Surah Al-Mumtahina, Ayat 1. Who is that speaking to?
It's speaking to all believers. I think Moses. This is Moses speaking to his all believers. Do not take my enemies and yours. Trust your allies. I think this one's God.
Are you serious?
This is speaking to the Muslims.
Yeah, speaking to the Muslims.
Yeah, to the Muslims of the 7th century at the earliest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quran. If it was written at the time you claim it was written, it's the 7th century.
Yeah.
It's speaking to the Muslims. Yeah. Okay. So that verse is speaking to the Muslims. So that is not the context for Ayat 4 so far. So let's move to Ayat 2. If they have the upper hand of you, who is the you here?
The enemies.
No, forget about the enemies. Describe who is it the same second person? You're the same Muslims of the 7th century?
It's talking to the Muslims, yes. If they have the upper hands over you, they would be open.
These are again the Muslims of the 7th century at the earliest, yeah?
Yeah.
So clearly what is in Ayat 2 also will not form the context for Ibrahim doing what he did, yeah? Because Ibrahim came...
I know the context, but you want to stay in...
We'll one second, my dear friend. When I was showing you Ayat 4, you brought Ayat 2 as if it was the context. Do you now understand? Trying to show Ayat 2 as the context for Ayat 4 is a joke because Ayat 2 was written to people in the 7th century at the earliest. You agree?
Well, there's a lot of context. There's a context to that. I want to give you the context.
My dear friend, do you understand the word context?
Yes, the context is he done it. He done it.
Do you understand the word? Do you know the meaning of the word context?
Yes, it means
what
context. Like it means okay. For example, I go to the Bible, I pull up one verse of the Bible and it says fight. It says kill these, and then I'll be like, look, it says just kills, but it doesn't mean that.
You please, with all due respect, you're offering right now. I'll tell you what the definition of the word context is.
I know what it means.
No. Then in which case, when I asked, why don't you tell me the meaning?
Context is like
my dear friend, please, one second. The context is the set of circumstances that form the setting for an event or a statement or an idea. Yeah? What forms the circumstance?
Which is not fully understood.
No, one second.
You don't understand the full...
My dear friend, please. Yeah. My dear friend. Surah 60, Ayat 2. When was that written? When was that given in your mind?
This was given to Prophet Muhammad.
So time, when was that?
I think that was like 1400 years ago. I think it was
roughly around 700 years. If you're roughly about 7th century AD,
like
if you are right, if your stories are right, which I don't believe in, but For now, let's say your stories are right. 7th century. Yeah. 7th century is when Ayat 2 came. Yeah.
Yeah.
When did Ibrahim live?
Abraham. He lived in. Let me check. I think he was.
Don't worry, you don't know the Bible. You can just ask me. Around 2000 BC.
Oh yeah, 2000 BC. Yeah.
Don't do. Oh yeah, please don't. As if you know these things. If I ask you another question about Ibrahim, you won't know. Abraham, the true Abraham. You won't know. You won't have a clue about the Bible. So don't say, oh yeah, please. Just ask me, I'll tell you. So, will an event that happened in the 7th century form the context of something that happened 7th century AD, form the context of something that happened 2000 BC?
Yes, because it's
Excuse me. 7th century AD hasn't happened yet when Ibrahim was living. Yeah. So clearly that can't be the context, because it is about 3 millennia in the future. How can that be the context?
Well, I could explain. Prophet
There's
Muhammad,
no explanation needed. You just need to say
he
yes.
came from God. He's a man of God, and he came from God. So God told him, and he got the message from God.
My dear friend,
you said it.
Are you saying Ayat 2 was given to Ibrahim? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was given to Prophet Muhammad.
Yes. So if Ayat 2 was not given to
He
Ibrahim,
knows the best of history, God.
My dear friend, don't lie, don't make things up as you go along. If Ayat 2 was not given to Ibrahim and it came only in the 7th century at the earliest, how can Ayat 2 form the context of a person who, in your mind, lived in 2000 BC?
Okay, in my mind, in my mind and the Muslim minds and the Quran mind, it came from God in the Miraj. God told him the scriptures. God told him the scriptures. God knows what happened to Abraham.
No. Be specific. What exactly did Ibrahim know?
Well, wait. You're trying to say, God don't know the past of Abraham. Oh, yeah.
I didn't say God. Maybe you're not paying attention.
Prophet Muhammad.
My dear friend, maybe you're not paying attention. Maybe you're not paying attention.
That's right. That's why the Muslim context.
Please listen to me. When I brought up Ayat 4 to try and expose how evil Islam is,
yes,
you said somehow Ayat 2 forms the context for Ayat 4, is what you said.
Whatever's in the Quran, it came from Allah.
Forget about no, I'm not looking for your fancy stories right now. Really not interested. It's about 8:30. Of course, you are also in the UK. I may fall asleep if you start fancy stories. I am talking about a simple thing right now. Please engage. It's easy to understand. I'm going to repeat this again. Ayat 2 of chapter 60 earliest was written in the 7th century AD. Earliest. Do you agree?
Yes.
Sure. Whether the Islamic Allah, who exists or not, had a clue about Ayat 2 or not, pre-7th century, Ibrahim wouldn't have had a clue. Do you agree?
Yeah, Abraham won't have a clue.
Yes. So to Ibrahim, Ayat 2 is as good as non-existent. Do you agree?
No.
Why no? How did Ibrahim know Ayat 2?
No. Ayat 2. I agree. He wouldn't know Ayat 2.
Simple. This is all I've been saying so far. I don't know why you were confused. Maybe too much of brainwashing going on here. So Ayat 2, Ibrahim would have had no clue about. So Ibrahim had no clue about upper hand, lower hand, side hand, back hand, front hand. None of this would be in his mind. With me so far?
Yes.
Yeah. None of this is in. So this is irrelevant when we read Ayat 4. So let me go just to make sure we are step by step on the same page. Who is the yo in Ayat 3?
Let me see. Neither your relatives nor children will benefit you on judgment day.
Who is the second person in Ayat 3?
Who is the second person?
Yeah. Still Muslims of the 7th century. It's easy. Don't. It's not a trick question.
Neither,
The Quran,
neither your children are relatives. That's all it
the
says.
you here are still the same Muslims from the 7th century at the earliest. Yeah, because nothing has changed between 2 and 3. Yeah.
Yes. Go on.
And if you go to ayat 4 and it says there is a goodly pattern for you. Who's the you here?
So there is already have an excellent example in Abraham and those with him when they said to the people.
Who is the second person? Who is the second person? Who is hearing this?
The Muslim, yeah.
Of the 7th century at the earliest. Yeah.
Yeah.
So very simple. So now we know ayats 1 and 3 do not form historical context for what we are going to learn from ayat 4. That's the important point I'm making. Ayats 1 to 3 is irrelevant because it showed up about 3 millennia later. Now we have arrived at ayat 4, and to the same Muslims of the 7th century, they are now suddenly given a lesson from about 2,700 years before them. Yeah. Now there is a goodly pattern for you in Ibrahim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. So the lesson now we can learn only by reading ayat 4. You don't have to go anywhere else. Only ayat 4 has the lesson starting there. So let's read. In Ibrahim and those with him is the goodly lesson, goodly pattern. What is the lesson? When they, Ibrahim and the people with him, i.e. his folk, told their folk meaning near and dear, yeah, family members, friends, and relatives, yeah?
Yep.
So the Ibrahim is telling his near and dear, along Ibrahim and his cohorts, his own minions, are telling his near and dear who are not Muslims. Him and his team are Muslims, the Ibrahim, Islamic Ibrahim, and he is speaking to the non-Muslims. And what is he saying? Lo, we are guiltless of you. We are guiltless of you and all that ye worship beside Allah. What is Ibrahim saying? We put our hands up and we wash our hands, not put our hands up, we wash our hands. What you do is none of, is not, we're not to be blamed for what you're doing. That's how it starts. And then it goes on. We have done with you. We are done. That's it. Time's up. We have had enough of you. Time's up. And then it goes on. There has arisen between us and you hostility and hate.
But also the verse mentions, I will pray to God for Allah to forgive you for the father.
No. My dear Muslim friend. Intelligent reading is where we are reading step by step. When reading step by step, if you ignore something and go somewhere else, you know who that is? That's a person desperately trying to salvage when he knows it is indefensible. That's that person who will ignore a careful step-by-step reading. I would invite you not to be that. You are that so far. I invite you not to be that. So we are doing step-by-step. And I'll go to this Sahih International and we'll read again. Indeed, we are disassociated from you and from whatever you worship other than Allah. We are disintegrated from you. We have denied you, and there has appeared between us and you animosity and hatred. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
No violence mentioned, nothing, none of those things mentioned. Look, you guys are worshipping someone else. We are not happy. That's all the lesson. And because you're worshipping someone other than Islamic Allah, we are rejecting you. And we have introduced that because of the worship difference,
the worship
between us and you, animosity and hatred. Do you read the lesson properly here?
Yeah, fair enough. We should hate them, the idol worshippers.
Yeah, this is terrible. How many people are you hating?
This is good because only the one God should be worshipped. Why should you worship idols? You know what I'm saying?
So you hate me right now, yeah?
I agree. I agree with the Quran.
No. Question: do you hate me right now?
Do you worship idols?
Well, the Quran says being a Christian is being an idol.
You worship the one God.
Yeah,
Listen to me,
I
my dear
worship a
friend.
man named Jesus according to your Quran. So do you hate
Okay,
me?
okay, okay.
So do
I
you
would
hate me?
say yes, I hate you, but I don't.
Yeah, wow. You live in the UK. I'd like your address. I'd like to take you to some. You hate me. Thank you very much. Would you at
But
least stand?
that doesn't mean I want to harm you.
So
But I do
how
hate
exactly does that work? So you have animosity and hatred. So what exactly will you do?
I wouldn't harm you or hurt you.
He'll
But I
kiss
can
us
hate
after
you.
hating
I
us.
hate you. That's it. Yeah, I mean, I dislike you. I disassociate from you.
I'll show you. No, I'll show you what you should. I'll show you. Don't worry. I'll show you. Just give me 1 second. So this is. You might have seen this fellow.
Children in Gaza don't get to scroll.
Gaza nonsense all day long. Okay.
I don't talk to enemies of Islam. I said I don't talk to enemies of Islam. The only thing I have for you is my fist. So if that's what you want,
Woohoo!
fight, bro.
I agree with the Warner. The Warner is a man. He don't take shit. He don't take shit from the enemies. Good for
So
Warner.
as a Muslim, you are a hater, and the only thing you'll have, just like this grown-up, mindless fellow who is on the screen, the only thing you have is the fist.
No, I wouldn't have the fist, but I would tell you.
You
I
just
don't
said you
like
love him. He's the man. You just said that.
Yeah, the Warner's the man, but
Yeah,
me
the Warner is
personally,
giving the fist.
I'm a different person. I could hate you, but I don't have to hit you. I don't have
So
to.
what will you do when you hate someone? What will you do?
If I hate someone, I'll just tell you I don't like you. I disassociate from you. You're the enemy of God. Stay away from me, you sinful person.
What would you do?
Nothing.
Just say this.
I won't hit you. I
But
have to abide by the laws of the land.
So if Osama bin Laden shows up and he wants to punch me, what would you do?
If the Warner wants to punch you, that's the Warner. It's not me.
No, what would you do if you're standing by him? What would you do?
Wait. Standing by the Warner and he punches you.
Osama bin Laden.
I'll be like, it's not my beef. It's between you and the Warner. Whatever you guys do.
In that case, you'll be a criminal in the UK. Did you know this?
I will step back. I will step back and watch it. And I'll be like, no.
Muslim defender, you've done enough. Thank you very much. You did not defend Islam, by the way, today. You have exposed Islam big time. Thank you very much for confessing live that you hate me. Thank you.
Okay.
This is horrible.
Other Muslims jump on the panel.
And he just said that he will step back and he will let the Muslim guy
come and
this is how beautiful it is. But what if your father was being beaten by this Muslim guy?
Oh, if my father was being beaten, he's a Muslim, so he won't get beaten up by the Warner.
But like, assume there is a beef the Warner has with him. So if he does that to your father, what will you do?
I would tell the Warner, look, my father's an old man.
You will tell the Warner. So your Warner
the
is
Warner won't beat him with
your father, and you are going to talk with that Warner. Is that what you're saying?
The Warner wouldn't beat my father up.
Irrespective, that is why there is an if. So if the Warner,
if he did, I will bang him out. I will knock him out.
So if it is your father, you will bang him out because your father is a Muslim, correct?
Yeah. If anyone,
but like, because our brother Arul is not a Muslim, hence you will stand back and watch, correct?
100%.
Thank you so very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
Thanks for all your
help. But it depends.
It depends.
No,
thank you
very much.
It depends why he's beating you up. Because if he's beating you up,
my 1 second, please. We don't want too much exposure on the same day. This is enough for today.
No, I want to expose myself more. I want to expose it more.
No. This is enough. No.
The context is the context of why. If it's beating you up for no reason, I would step up for you and stop it. I'll be like,
no, you will not. You just said that you will not.
This is literally for
because
no
you are
reason.
not a Muslim. You just said that. Don't try to salvage your previous statement.
Yeah, no, you gave a reason. We are not Muslims, and therefore you have a reason.
No. I mean, it depends on the context. Like,
there's no context here.
Context is I stand up for you.
My different. I'll give you one last chance. It's very simple. My different. One last chance. All you have to do is very simply, if you want to be consistent And if you don't want to become, people who cheat others will end up cheating themselves. You'll lose your mind rather soon. If you don't want to do that, it's very simple. All you have to do is simply say, this is horrible. That's
No,
all you have to say.
this is the
Thank
best
you.
chapter in my life
Oh,
I
thank
ever
you very much.
seen.
Thank you. That's enough. Thank
The
you very
best
much.
chapter in the world.
Please come back some other day. Enough for today. Please come back some other day.
Anyway, thank you for having me up. Enjoy the rest of your live stream.
Thank you. Adam,
We
there we go.
most
Confession.
definitely enjoyed it. We most definitely enjoyed it right now.
I mean, what? I mean, how do we explain this? I'm Adam. I am based in the UK. No one knows where you are based. So I am based in the UK. King Charles in the UK wants to, defend Islam in the UK, and you have the Prime Minister essentially saying, when we speak about Islam, he's saying, oh, this is all racism and so on. I wish people who are leaders would hear this gentleman's confession. What do you have to say?
Brother, the problem is when the Queen died, I knew it's time for UK to die as well. I knew that. I knew that the devil is upon UK right now, and King Charles actually proved it to be. I'm so sorry that I'm saying that, but that's a proven fact. Did you not see that before the current Pope, the previous Pope, what he did? He was he was almost literally worshiping the Muslims. Did you see that? Um, did you see he allowed them? Right now, there is the Vatican library. If you go to the upper segment where only the scholarships and PhDs can go, they have created a prayer room for the Muslims inside the Vatican library. Did you search on that?
Yeah, I saw that. Was it a couple of weeks ago? As a matter of fact, maybe earliest a month ago or so. I saw that, and also what you're referring to before that, the previous Pope going and kissing on a Quran or some such thing. Came across that also. Essentially,
And when the church has fallen, they have fallen under the feet of the devil himself, under the feet of the devil himself. You know why I say devil? It's biblical. In First Galatians, chapter number 1, if I'm not mistaken, it says Paul is saying, if anyone comes to you with a different gospel other than the gospel that we are preaching, even if it looks like the angel of light, do not accept it. Let it be a curse. That's a pure, evil, deceptive, devilish gospel, and church has fallen under the feet of the devil. And at that particular time, when you have planted, and I'm sorry to say that, I'm so sorry. Some people might get hurt. I do not know about your theology completely, but it's a planted bishop or pope or father, whatever you may like to call him. How can he allow such a thing? That somebody is worshipping of a God which goes against the sound doctrine of your God. And he says that your God is not a God, but a man. And your God did not do what he said that he came here to do. Like the basic doctrine of Christianity is God saves. So he sent his only begotten son because he loves the world. He died on the cross and resurrected on the third day. That is the basic Christian doctrine which Islam denies. Like it denies. It doesn't say that I do not know about it. If Islam says I don't know about it, that is, I won't call Islam a antichrist religion. I will call it, okay, there are so many religions in the world. I don't hate all of the religions. They don't go, they are not anti-Christian religions. Islam is a anti-Christian religion because it denies the basic doctrine of Christianity. So that current pope is has fallen under the feet of the devil. He's a planted pope. That's my feeling. That's my feeling according to the Bible.
absolutely. We hopefully we'll be having many conversations in the future, Adam, about what my thoughts are. But Roman Catholicism, I abhor historically. It's not just this one. The number of, essentially it's not of Christ. The fundamental doctrine is a replacement doctrine. It's a fake. It's a counterfeit in itself, and it goes against fundamental Christian doctrine, and also in history it has been violent, hateful, and so on in its own way. But you are entirely right. We need to be wary. Anyone who is a sincere Christian who reads the Bible should be awake and alert. Muslims as human beings are precious, including the gentleman who showed up today. He said he hates us. But what does the precious Lord Jesus tell us? Precious Lord Jesus tells us, love. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who persecute you. Love. We have been asked to love those who hate us. And so we love in response. And let's see if the hatred of Islam or the love of Jesus or love of the Christians wins. We will see. Jesus has already shown to the world what happens, that the love is the most powerful thing. We love the people, but the ideology we call out quite clearly. And Adam had, I think, maybe one or two different arguments. I was presenting one argument related, but in one or two different ways. And thankfully, the good thing, Adam, is that at least the Muslim today, I think I really see a hope for him, because at the least he was able to amend and change and change his position and at least agree eventually, as opposed to waffling. Did you see that in him?
Yeah, he does that. This is the third or the fourth discussion with him, and when you press him, show him, push him, the real Islam comes out of him. So he starts differently, but then you prove it, and he will change his position. But the problem is, watch him on another channel. He will start from zero.
Okay. Oh,
So,
I see.
so he will go to another channel and he will start from zero again. So he will go to a third channel, he will start from zero again. So this is the problem with this guy. He will accept it in front of you, but then he will try to deceive somebody else, thinking that this guy might not know enough.
This is sad. If the gentleman is watching, I don't know his name. I don't know, Adam, if you know his name. But if the gentleman is watching, he's still watching. Of course, he's not in the on stage right now, not even in the backstage. If the Muslim gentleman who showed up on the stream, who agreed ultimately that according to Islam, he does hate us, or he would hate us, and he would not defend me if I'm attacked, whereas he defend his father if he's attacked, because his father was is a Muslim, and I am not. And so he at least showed the true face of Islam. If you're still watching, Adam is reporting a bad news, which is that he is saying that you ignore any learning from some of the previous conversations and go fresh and start fresh with your deception. Please don't do. Anyone who lies habitually will end up lying and deceiving himself ultimately. Don't think you're lying and deceiving others alone. That's not how things work. The way the idea of lie and truth work is that anyone who lies, even though you may think that you are lying others to begin with, you will end up lying to yourself at the end without even knowing. Before you go mad, you better get to terms with reality. Brother Adam, let's talk about the love of precious Lord Jesus Christ. We of course we read the Bible. Do we see anything like this in the Bible, where the Lord Jesus is about hating someone, essentially hating him and rejecting him and denying him and shoving him out? Do we see anything like this in the Bible?
Brother, I see the opposite of it. If you ask me, I see the opposite of it. When people said that he's a tax collector and you are going to his home to eat dinner, he's a sinner. You're going to his home, a sinner. And you know what he said? I came for the sinner. Did you realize that? He said, I came for the sinner. And then he explains it. He said, like, if somebody is already on the right path, if somebody is already doing the righteous deeds, quotes and quotes righteous, what purpose for me to go there? What purpose for me to tell him anything? You know, the stark contrast is in the Quran where Allah says he hates the sinner. Christ said he come for the sinner, he hates the sin. In the Bible, he hates the sin. God hates the sin, not the sinner. God comes for the sinner. He came for us, died for us when we were yet in our sin. When we were yet in our sins, he died for us. I killed Christ. You killed Christ. Everyone in the live chat listening and watching us, they killed Christ. We all crucified him. Why? Because we are all sinners. Allah says he does not love the sinner. Allah hates the sinner. So, brother, Bible has nothing to do with hatred. Nothing. But what Bible hates is theology. The theology of sin it hates. So I hate Islam. I love Muslims. I am here for Muslims to tell them that the ideology, the theology of which they are following is hateful, it's sinful, we should all hate it. But I don't hate the Muslims. I love them. I love them. They are the precious children of God, and they need to acknowledge that they are in a hateful ideology, brother.
Absolutely. And he is doubling down. You as a Christian should love me. I as a Muslim don't have to. And he is ha 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 about that. It's quite sad. If you're a Muslim who's watching, even though this gentleman does all the ha 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 ha, I'm hoping there would be other Muslims who are a little bit more sensible. You've heard from Adam. Jesus is the opposite, is the very polar opposite, as a matter of fact. Adam said he came for the ones who hated him. He came for the ones who were his enemies. Elsewhere, I think it's one of Paul's letters where he says he loves God. God showed his love whilst we were his enemies. That's the love of God. That is true God. That is quality. And just to make this point absolutely clear, I mean, if you keep God away for a moment, although of course you can't keep God away, I mean, in terms of the thinking process, and think about this carefully. The gentleman is from the UK, the one who joined earlier. If you are in the UK, maybe you're in a public transport, public bus or some sort of whatever, and you're engaging with someone, can you imagine? You would know in the bottom of your heart, in your conscience, what truly is a noble quality. You would know it. And that is, even when someone strikes you, if you are able to show love, demonstrate love in a tangible manner to even the one who has struck you, your deep conscience would testify that is noble behavior. That is noble behavior. And that comes from Jesus. And that is why there are plenty of Muslims who are able to practice even Islam in the UK, although I don't want that to happen. As a Christian nation, whilst Christians were a little bit unclear about Islam, they've let Islam in, but Muslims, Christians would love. That is Jesus. What would happen to a Christian who might show up in maybe Saudi Arabia with to Mecca with a Bible or whatever? Terrible things. Maybe someone else in Afghanistan, wherever. So Adam, you wanted to say something. There's someone else who's waiting, but you say what you wanted to say. There's someone who's waiting. Let me bring him on stage after that.
Yeah, bring him first. If he's a Muslim, sure. I will talk after.
He's jumped off. Okay. He has jumped off. My dear friend, the Muslim defender who was here earlier. I know you, man. He is back also in the backstage. I don't want to bring him. again today. My dear friend, you are most welcome to come back next week. But today, even though you are not done with us, you think or you say, we are done with you. We only can deal with enough of an expose from someone like you in any given day. That's enough. We've had enough expose today. But please return next week. We want you to come back next week and provide an exclusive expose next week on a different topic, perhaps. But on this topic, it's fine. There was some other gentleman who showed up on the stream who I think was a Muslim. Where are you? You seem to have jumped out just soon after I mentioned there's someone waiting here. But you were going to say, Adam, something
So,
while
Mr.
yeah.
Muslims, come back and come here. Very important. Right now, now let me tell you, because we were going this verse. I don't know whether you opened it in the context of violence or whether you opened it in the context that I was referring to. This verse is a very important verse. This verse is the fundamental verse. Why this verse is a fundamental verse? Because this is where Islam is now about to conquer Makkah. This is where Islam is about to conquer Makkah. A lot of people think that chapter number 9, verse number 1 to 5 is about the conquest of Makkah. They're useful idiots, quite frankly. Chapter number 60, verse number 1 to 4 is about the conquest of Makkah. If you go to the Asbabul Nazul, written by Tibri, Qurtubi, Ibn Kasir, any of it, what happened is that in some remote place near Makkah, there was an issue of watering the field, and those two tribes had some fight between each other, and one tribe killed a person of another tribe, just like in the villages that happen. You know, in India, watering the field at the right time is very important, and in the villages, fights erupts just because somebody wants to water first and the other person wants to water first, right? Same kind of a thing. So fight happened.
we dependent on monsoon, and so when it rains, you make use of it, and you make sure you get your portion of water.
Exactly. Then what happened is the in the first fight, one guy killed the other guy. The other team, just like in the villages, and it happens very common in the village. Everybody who is from India, Pakistan, or this type of countries, they know they will bring 4 or 5 of their family members, and then they will attack that particular house, and because they killed their family member, and the fight will happen. Same thing happened like that. So they went to Muhammad and they said, Muhammad, you had a treaty with the kuffar that they are not going to attack us. But they attacked us and they killed 2 of our family members. They did not tell Muhammad that they are the ones who first killed their family member. They said they, the kuffar in Makkah, attacked us and killed our family member. Muhammad said, okay, the treaty is broken. Now you, all of you, shush, shush, don't utter a word. Treaty is broken, we're going to attack Makkah. So he started calling the forces. In those days, you do not have a military army that you can just start taking the military army and attack somewhere. You call in the tribes for men. And Muhammad started doing that with a whisper. Okay. Now people are gathering in Medina. Nobody knows why. One of the Sahabi or companion of Prophet, his family was in Medina, Makkah. His family was in Makkah. He's like, damn, Muhammad is now about to attack all of them. He's going to kill them all. He asked his slave girl to deliver this letter to his family in Makkah. The letter was given to the slave. That slave was going out of Medina. Obviously, people know who is leaving Medina right now because they are trying to hide everything. They were not letting anybody go. And they captured that woman, slave girl. Some of the tafsir says, oh, Muhammad was given a vision and Muhammad said, go capture the girl. Whatever the reason is, however, they found that slave girl, brought her back, took the letter, got the guy, and then these 4 verses came. Now read these 4 verses with this context in mind, that Muhammad is going to attack Makkah without telling the Makkah, and some people in Medina has family members in Makkah who might be killed or who might die because they are going to suddenly attack with over 20,000 people force. Now read the first 3 verses, and then the context is in the fourth, because just like how Abraham did, you have to do love for the sake of Allah, hate for the sake of Allah. Now read from verse number 1 and you will see the context. Brother, you are on mute if you're speaking. Brother Arul, you are on mute if you're speaking.
Sorry. Should I read right now?
Yes, sir. Now read. Now read. Now
Okay.
you see the context. Now these verses will make sense to you.
Just so you know, Adam, I take a very different approach, but that's fine. But I can read right now, and let's go through this. O ye who believe, choose not my enemy and your enemy for allies. Do ye give them friendship when they disbelieve in that truth which hath come unto you, driving out the messenger and you, because ye believe in Allah, your Lord. If ye have come forth to strive in my way and seeking my good pleasure, show them not friendship. Do ye show friendship unto them in secret, when I am best aware of what ye hide and what ye proclaim. And whosoever doeth it among you, he verily hath strayed from the right way. If they have the upper hand of you, they will be your foes, and will stretch out their hands and their tongues toward you with evil. And they long for you to disbelieve. Your ties of kindred and your children will avail you not upon the day of resurrection. He will part you. Allah is seer of what ye do.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. So imagine, brother, Muhammad did not say that they are going to kill you. They're going to attack you. Verse 2 and 3 is saying they want you to get back to their faith, which is disbelieving faith. And the whole idea, the premise is, if we take the Islamic narration of the Asbabul Nazul and the reason for the verses to come, it's all about that. You have to hate them. Why do you have to hate them? First, he said, do not take Allah and Muhammad's enemy as your enemy. Perfect. Why? Because they are the enemy of Allah and Muhammad, because they sit back in Makkah according to Islamic scriptures. Now you have to go to Al-Wala and Wal-Bara. Now these people, because he has to take these people to fight Makkah, where they have their cousins, their immediate family member and their extended family members, their friends whom they brought up since childhood, and everybody in Makkah. Muhammad is going to take all of these people to Makkah with swords, with naked swords, to attack them. He needed to give them a theology to do this kind of an attack. And that theology becomes the fundamental core of Islam, which he actually used Abraham in the end to make it a old theology. That's why he gave verse number 4. Context is 1 to 3 about Makkah, attacking on Makkah. 4 is the fundamental theology that this is what they need to use forever now. It doesn't matter that they are your friends, they were your mothers and fathers or whatever. This becomes, verse number 4 becomes the fundamental core of Islam to go by afterwards. And this is what has been followed afterwards when Muhammad did so many attacks afterwards.
Marvelous. So let's summarize that, Adam. So very simply, when you Surah 60 and beginning ayat 1, the Islamic Allah is pleading with the Muslims, and the reason he was pleading is because the Muslims were treating some people as allies, and of course, as Brother Adam was saying, friends, family in a location. They had a natural inclination to relate to them in a good manner. They were allies. They were part of their, let's say, group. There was no reason they found to be enemies of them. But the Islamic Allah is pleading and saying, look, they are my enemies, and therefore let them be your enemies. Let them not be your allies, let them be your enemies. He's pleading because they are my enemies. So these are enemies based on religion. In terms of actual ground level detail, they were allies. The Muslims did not have any reason to treat those fellows as enemies. They were allies. And then it goes on. It even reveals, the Islamic Allah is complaining, do ye show friendship unto them in secret, when I am best aware of what ye hide? Do you, in other words, the Muslims were, their natural inclination based on ground level detail was very simply that the Muslims had no reason to be there, no reason to treat these fellows as their enemies, but had every reason to treat them with friendship. That they would do that even in secret. Secret. They'd even hide that from their Islamic Allah. Because on ground level, they had every reason to be friends. But the Islamic Allah comes and pleads and tells them, they are my enemies and therefore let them be your enemies. Terrible. And then it goes on, and Adam was clearly highlighting another couple of important points here. It's only talking about an if they have an upper hand. It's not saying that they do have an upper hand. It's only saying that if they have an upper hand. And then more importantly, what will the ultimate crime that they will commit? The ultimate crime that they will commit is that they will make you they'll make you cease being Muslims. What a terrible crime that someone could commit.
Brother, they long for it, means they want it. They're not making it. So you need to understand, they want it. This is like in other chapters of the Quran, it refers to it as, they said that, okay, we will worship your God as well, right? But just don't call our gods with bad names. Wala tasabbu, and don't abuse their gods. Allah said in the Quran, chapter number 6, verse number 108. Otherwise, they will abuse your God. So why? Because Muhammad started abusing them. They were pleading to Muhammad, don't abuse our gods, man. Worship your God. We have no issue you worshipping your God. Rather, bring your God in Makkah as well. We don't care. So they long for you to disbelieve. So they are not forcefully making them disbelieve. They just want you to be disbelieved. This is their crime, brother. They just want you to disbelieve.
Yeah. So in other words, they'll give you some reason. They'll engage. They'll
Exactly.
not through coercion. Sure. Okay. And then it says, of course, just because they're your relatives, your kindred, and so on, it does not mean they have any value, because they don't have any bearing in terms of the day of resurrection. And it is in that context that the Islamic Allah is saying there is a timeless lesson of hatred that you have to learn. And Brother Adam, you were saying, I forget the term, al-wala.
Al-wala wal-bara. Al-wala wal-bara.
And the Islamic theology, the technical term, al-wala wal-bara. And so clearly this is fundamentally Quranic. So when the gentleman who joined earlier initially tried saying that this was extremist, not basic, he clearly, of course, first of all, wasn't reading the text here properly. Second of all, he doesn't seem to understand that this is straight out of the Quran, just through 3 or 4 verses. This is the religion of Islam.
Sorry. Absolutely.
A
And
religion of hatred and violence. Go ahead. Sorry, Adam, you say.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that you were finished. Or sorry about that. Like maybe there is a lag right now. It will go away in a couple of seconds. What I was saying is, like, when you read the text without context, it was there. Context of Islamic scholars. When we read the text according to the context of Islamic scholar, still it is there. So why I brought up this context and Asbabul Nuzul is that there are certain people who would say, oh, Arul is looking at the Quranic text from the Quranic text only. And I would say he did it with the Quranic text only, I gave you the Asbabul Nazul as well. So whether you read it through the Asbabul Nazul or you read it only the text, they are both aligned in these verses. 100% aligned. You can't run away from this one.
You can choose whichever you want to choose. Islam is terrible, regardless of whether you want to go this way or that way. Ultimately, you can't run away from the conclusion of the text.
Absolutely. They both path will lead you to hating non-Muslim, fighting non-Muslims, and putting chains in their necks and dragging them into Islam. That is the ultimate goal of Islam. It is inherently violent, inherently, ideologically and inherently violent.
I mean, we are laughing only because, I mean, if we started of course, first of all, we have the Lord, and therefore we don't have to be worried about this apart from engaging. But the problem is, it's really terrible stuff. If we consider this carefully, can you imagine, in the UK especially, I can tell you in the UK, even though the UK is, going down the drain by every single passing day, even though people are there's a brother who's joining the backstage. I'll try and bring him in a moment when he's connected, I think. In the UK, in the open, if you say you hate someone just because they are of a different religion, you will be outed rather soon.
Despite then they should remove all the Muslims then. What is UK doing? That is in their book. This book should be banned then.
Absolutely. And this is where, at least with the gentleman today, I liked the fact that he at least agreed at the end. Most of the Muslims here are lying. And I'll take this one thing. I was in Manchester not long ago, and I was preaching. I hadn't even started preaching properly. I merely asked the simple question of whether Islam teaches love. I just asked the question. Within about 20 minutes or so, I got the answer, not through the words, but through actions. I got the answer. It should be somewhere here. There we go. The answer was clear for anyone who wants to get to know.
Stay away. Please don't come near me.
In 20 minutes, brother, in 20 minutes, I was assaulted by youngsters. If people are so focused on the illegal immigrants of today, these are not illegal immigrants. These are proper British-born, British-bred, maybe teenagers, maybe I think mostly teenagers. And I was assaulted.
Wow. See, that's what ideology do. This ideology do. You play this? You want to play the assault or no?
I can. Maybe I'll play the assault. Maybe I'll choose. But you say what you want.
Then that's fine. I have seen that, because now you can read in chapter number 9, verse number 23, 24. That is the ideology. Chapter number 9, verse number 23, 24.
Let's do that. One second. I want everyone to understand why we're doing what we're doing. If you're a Muslim, we'd like for you to get to know that what we are doing before you begin fooling yourself. Get to know while you have some sense still left. Get to know that this religion, which is Islam, whether you've understood this so far or not, is a horrible religion. Actually, a brother gives a nice idea there. There is a shot of that. Maybe I'll show the shot right now, brother. Sorry, that's a quick one. Maybe I'll do that.
So this is 23, 24. This is why they are doing it. Okay, let's.
Yeah, sorry. Let's finish reading. Sorry, let's finish reading and then go there. Sorry.
Oh, you who have believed, like these are new converts in the UK. O you who have believed, do not take your fathers or your brothers as your friends or allies, if they have preferred disbelief over belief. And whoever do so among you, then is those who are the wrongdoers. So, brother, you are not even their brother. This verse is talking about if from their brothers and their fathers. Next verse is next to it, 24. Say, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your relatives, your wealth, which you have obtained, commends within you fear, decline, and dwelling, with which you are pleased, are more beloved to you than Allah and Messenger, and jihad in his cause, then wait until Allah executes his command. So it doesn't matter whether they're your father, your sons, your brothers. Brother, this is what the reality is. Why would you not be assaulted by the British born white people if they accept Islam? Because this is what they follow, brother. Al wala wal
Yeah,
bara next to this.
absolutely. And essentially, even those who don't get to know the details of the doctrine yet, they are subconsciously clearly taught. And so these youngsters who assaulted me, I don't even think they might have read the Quran properly yet. But the repeated brainwashing in the masjids. Let's watch this.
About the Quran vis-a-vis Jesus. How many of you think the Quran teaches love towards non? Please come here, sir.
Oops.
We have a challenge about the Quran vis-a-vis Jesus. How many of you think the Quran teaches love towards non-Muslims? Anyone?
100%.
No, please let the people who have come here to offer help right now answer, because they all seem to be a little bit angry. How many of you think the Quran teaches love towards non-Muslims? Anyone? What happened? You came together really well. You were looking at me intently. Now, when I ask the question, you're staring somewhere. Doing all that. What's going on? Have you read the Quran in your life, my dear friend? Yeah. Where in the Quran does it say love non-Muslims? Anywhere? Anywhere? Where? Please don't get help from him. He's hiding. Can you see?
Wait. I gotta
No,
tell you
please, my dear
something.
friend. I've given you an opportunity so far. You haven't answered. I'd like to find out from these youngsters who are clearly intent on evil, covering their faces. My dear friends, intent on evil, covering their faces. Why does Islam teach this, my dear friends? I am a Christian. Can you see me cover my face and show up here? Why do people cover their faces and show up here? Why?
Know your fucking business. Look at fucking.
You see. This is what's happening. Why? So.
Preach about other religions. Just talk about your
No. I know what to say. I know. No. Please keep moving. Please don't come near me. 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 Please stay away. Please don't come near me. Thank you. Excuse me, my dear friend. Especially when you have your face covered, please don't come near me. I don't take you kindly. Please don't come near me. Not interested. Stay away. Excuse me. Stay away. Stay. Keep distance. Keep distance. Keep distance. Is this clear to you? Keep distance. Keep distance. Is this clear to you? Excuse me. Wow. Keep distance. Keep distance. If you want to hide your faces, keep distance. Excuse me. Hello. Hey. Hey.
Okay, so that is called hatred in true sense. And they were covering their faces exactly because of this reason, because they wanted to attack you. That's exactly why they were covering it. So have they been captured?
No, not yet. I would like to think that to grab hold of youngsters like this should be relatively easily with all the social media coverage and so on these days. But no, not yet.
So that's what I say as well, that they are hyenas. They will always attack in group and they will always attack you from behind.
Yeah.
They will never attack you from front.
They won't. Yeah. And Mr. Room 12365 makes a remarkable point. I am a hate preacher. How exactly did I trigger hate?
Jesus by himself then was a hate preacher. If this is how you actually take it, then every single preacher in the world is a hate preacher. This is not called hate. This is not called hate. You know what hate called? Hate is called what is written in Islam, what is written in Quran. That is called hate. You want to see what hate is? Al-wala wal-bara is hate. Hating for the sake of Allah, loving for the sake of Allah. We love everyone. We just hate the ideology. Ideology Islam, which says hate the human beings for the love of Allah. That is hatred. Christians love every human being. Every human being is made in the image of God. We love them. Some are just gone to worship devil. We are telling them don't worship devil. Come back and worship the true God. That's all what we are saying. If you don't like it, that's your problem.
Ram gives additional information right now of my hate. How am I hating? I watched your, he says, I watched your videos. You're asking people, are you Muslim? Are you Muslim? How hateful must I be?
Sorry, I was talking to somebody thinking the person have at least an 80 IQ level. I just realized that your IQ is approximately 20 or maybe 30. I am so sorry. You ignore whatever I said. That was for people with some brain.
There is Ushmul who is in the backstage. Ushmul, can you please briefly show me your face? I need to see your face before I can let you.
How do you understand from a face that this guy is a Muslim or a non-Muslim or a board? Like, how do you do that? Like,
no, we just have a. I'll explain to you the verification process maybe after the stream, brother.
Okay.
It's for understanding if it's a Muslim. Sorry, if it's a Muslim or not. I'm merely going by what they say. But people have done terrible things in our streams in the past. They've come and shown bad stuff.
The bad films. Yeah, I have done that. That's
Yeah.
why I don't even show their faces on the stream yet. I have like a 2 or 3, whatever my known people are, and the rest will go on the back. You won't see their icons. So yeah,
Okay.
I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt already.
Oh, no. So Ushmul has left. Ushmul, what's going on? If you return, I see an okay bro in the private chat, but you've left after the okay bro. Are you going to return to show to maybe connect your webcam? If that is the case, then we can we will wait. And room is improving on his previous stance. So I am hateful because I ask, are you a Muslim? But room is quite peaceful when calling me horrible, idiotic, Arul. Now, this is how Islam logic works.
Very, very, very peaceful, very, very loving. Like now you call your wife with love, Miss Horrible Idiot. This is how he calls his wife in love, or his brother, or his father. So he goes to his father, Father, I love you. You are a horrible idiot. Like, such a beautiful thing, you know.
The level. I mean, these are people in the UK. At least if it is someone maybe in Afghanistan or maybe in Somalia or someone who's getting confused, I understand a little bit. But people who are supposed to be going through some very intelligent educational system and so on, I mean, unbelievable. They say I am a hate preacher because I asked them if they are Muslims, but then they quite openly take all the liberty to call me all sorts of different names. Unbelievable, this utter junk that goes through people's minds.
So that is like Allah gives them such good intelligence after they accept Islam. They don't realize the logical world that they are living in.
Unbelievable. Quickly, before I forget, there are a number of people who have donated. Thank you very much, every single one of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Brother, do you see what is coming your way on your stream, or do I get to see that also? I don't know
You
how
will
this
get to
works.
see that the one which has a pin thing on the
Oh,
white
is
pin
this
thing.
for you?
Yeah, the white pin thing. If you see the white pin thing, then it is on my channel. If you do not
The
see the
white pin
white
at the
pin,
top like this.
right,
I see.
right on top
That's
of the
lovely.
eye, then
So
it is
that
coming from my channel.
lovely. That's good to know. I didn't know. Okay, lovely. So it's lovely to see that. Please support the work of Adam. He's doing a marvelous work already. So this is happening in your channel because
Yeah,
it has a
Protestant
pin.
Believer is my channel's moderator as well.
Okay,
So whenever you see a comment with a pin right
pin.
next to
That's
the
yours.
icon, that's from my channel. The other
Okay,
ones are on your channel. So right now my channel has 125 people watching, and I don't know how many are watching on your channel at this moment. So
lovely.
that's good. They all loved our first discussion, and that's why I wanted to bring it in,
Yeah.
and bring all the people in. I think if somebody wants to run that particular type of video of his mother or of his sister, I will just add them. Personally in my channel, I just add them. Why? Because I don't even show their faces, so they can run whatever. It doesn't even matter because nobody can see that. So that's why I've stopped doing anything. I just don't even show their faces.
Okay, lovely. Brother, I think my brother Joe actually brought something very interesting to my attention. I didn't realize that earlier. You know, the al wala walbara.
Walbara.
Yeah, that's exactly what this. I don't know if I'm showing.
But
it.
if we do,
Have you?
but if we
Your
do
screen
have
is not visible, by the way.
Okay, my screen is not. Let me share. Because my brother Joe brought this to my attention. I didn't realize he said exactly the same thing. This is from maybe 5 years ago, maybe a little bit earlier than that. Although it was uploaded very late in our channel. Let's hear this actually. This became viral multiple rounds, not on our channel. The people who had taken clips of us, it went viral across the Western world. So let me actually play this first.
manuscripts for the Quran from before the time of Prophet, what would you do?
I wouldn't believe you.
Okay, there we go. So,
Because you're a liar. You're a Christian. I wouldn't believe you.
I am a Christian, so where?
You're a liar. I wouldn't trust you and I have to hate you as well.
Okay, that's
Why would I
fine.
believe
I
you?
have to hate you.
So the point is, you won't have a conversation with me because I'm a Christian.
No, I won't believe anything you say because you're a liar. And you're a Christian as well. So I hate you for the sake of Allah.
You hate me for the sake of
I
Allah.
hate you for the sake of Allah.
All right,
I hate you for the sake of Allah. Every Christian, I hate you all for the sake of Allah. Yes.
please.
Any Jew, any Christian, I hate you all for the sake of Allah.
He hates me for the sake of Allah.
I hate him. Allah wa bara. You hate these bastards and the other bastards as well.
Would you kill me if you get a chance?
If we're in war, I would chop your head off. Yes.
Would he?
Yes, if we're in war.
Hey, come on.
If we're in war.
Listen to this.
If we're in war.
All right, my dear friends, please listen to this.
If we're, listen.
Allah guides you.
Allah
guides you. No, wait.
If we're fighting in war, am I supposed to let him kill me? I said, if we are.
Wait. No, let's ask this again. Do you hate me?
Yes, I hate you for the sake of Allah.
He's gonna make this a soundbite.
Who taught you to hate me?
Islam did.
But if we do have
Islam did. So he said in the Arabic al wala wal bara as well, and he was initially saying wal bara only, the bara, the hating for the sake of Allah, and then he even stated the context. He's not a British born for sure. He's coming from the Middle Eastern region somehow, around there somewhere. So that's the reality.
Yeah, I don't know where he is born, but what I can tell you is, so this is maybe 5 years ago or so. After October 7, this same young man in one of the anti-Israel hate marches, death cult marches, he actually was doing something similar, and he was prosecuted. And I don't know exactly what has happened of the case, but so in other words, he is part. At Speaker's Corner, sometimes a few different times, there are people who are clearly some elite ring in terms of jihadi ring. You can see them from a distance, how others, all the Muslim fellows are very coordinated there. And you can see that this fellow belongs to that one of those. I have a number of pictures, and we are collecting evidence for the kinds of people who are roaming around Speaker's Corner like this. We have Ram12345 who is trying to join the stream. Adam, I let you speak 1 second. Ram12345, we'd be delighted to have you on the stream for you to explain why Islam is not violent. So we'll have you soon. But if you can show your face briefly before that, we need to verify you as a legitimate human being who we can see, and then we can let you in. Please, if you can show your face. Also, I think your audio device isn't connected yet. Please make sure your microphone is connected, and then also show your video briefly. Adam, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was not able to find the Asim Al Hakim's original video, but there is another video where he shows why you have to drag people into Islam. So somebody else took the words of Asim Al Hakim and put it in a video. So if you can play it, that'll be awesome. Make it, or I can just send it to you.
No, 1 second. Let me. Oh, yeah, there.
Okay. So now let's see.
Ask him, why are you Prophet of Allah? He said,
1 second, brother.
Sure.
1 second, brother. Sorry, Ram12345, just to be clear, your audio device isn't connected yet. So please connect your microphone quickly and also show your face. We only have about 40 minutes left. So please. Okay, he's escaped. Okay. Okay, Adam, sorry, let's go ahead.
Wasalam once laughed. And when they asked him, why are you laughing, O Prophet of Allah? He said, I am amazed by people being dragged into paradise while being in chains. How is this possible? How can people be dragged into paradise in chains? We know that people enter paradise willingly. Well, scholars explain that this is in reference to prisoners of wars, concubines, slaves who fall in captivity after the jihad, after the war between the Muslims and the non-Muslims, and they fall into captivity. They are imprisoned. They become slaves and sold as slaves. They are in chains. But then they see Islam, they embrace Islam, and they become good Muslims, and they die to enter paradise as Muslims. Whereas if they were left to their own old religions, they would have died and went to hell. These chains, which was sad to them to be in captivity after being free, these chains led them to paradise. So what an irony. The Prophet ﷺ laughed about this.
All right. So basically, Muslims go to war, attack them, capture them, make them slaves, put the chains around them, drag them into your houses, inflict punishment and pain upon them. If they are females, rape them daily, because Allah allowed it in chapter number 23, verse number 5 to 7. And because you are doing this, they will be forced to accept Islam, because you are inflicting pain and slavery and sexual molestation upon them. Because they will be forced to accept Islam, Allah will drag them to the Jannah in chains. Because this is what you are doing good to them. This is how you do good to them. Such a non-violent religion, brother. Such a non-violent religion. This is Asim Al Hakim's video, but somebody took it. I couldn't find the original one.
How many? I think around 200 odd. I mean, when it happened the first time, at least first time in our awareness more broadly, in Nigeria, maybe 10 years ago or something, 200 odd young school children, girls, kidnapped, Christians from a Christian school of some sort, kidnapped, and then taken by Al-Shabaab, Boko Haram. This is what we're talking about, aren't we? They are thinking they are taking them as slaves and eventually making them become Muslims. Of course, it was It was an isolated incident a while ago. Now it happens every now and then in Nigeria. Of course, that's what we are hearing in the news. God knows how many other places the same thing is happening.
That's the beauty of it. That is the beauty of it. And they just love it. They just love to show this kind of a teaching. How can you have a reasonable argument with these kind of a people when their concept of loving is so wildly not loving? Like how do you reconcile that?
It's terrible. Brother, there's someone waiting in the backstage. Let me
Please.
Brother Knight, how are you doing?
Good.
Hello, Brother Knight.
There's a music behind him.
Yeah, can you please mute? Are you watching YouTube also at the same time? Please, if you mute YouTube with this YouTube right now and only respond to us through StreamYard. I hear that you have some connection issues. Is that what you're saying? Okay, let me remove. Hello, noobs. Hello.
Howdy. How you doing?
Hey, by God's grace. Okay, how are you doing?
I'm doing swell. Thank you for asking. So I cannot disagree with you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Please introduce yourself briefly.
My name's Nubs. I'm from my parents, really. But I live on Minnesota, so I actually have personal firsthand experience with those wonderful individuals there in the Twin Cities. I grew up with them. So I cannot disagree with you in regards to the violence that the religion offers. However, with that being said, I would also say that the other two Abrahamic religions, Judaism and Christianity, are both just as violent, and there's evidence both in the Bible and currently going on currently they're in Jerusalem, where there's a genocide going on these people that we're speaking of. So what would be the understanding behind one being better than the other, I guess, would be my question to any Christian that claims to be better than in that scenario.
Very simply, Noops, I would completely, vehemently disagree. Both on
based off of what information?
Yeah,
you did not allow him to finish. Listen to him.
Yeah.
Information.
But both on theological grounds, I would challenge. I don't know how much of the Bible you know.
I grew up in it, so quite a bit.
Quite a bit. But if you read theologically based on the Bible is against against violence, and I would even challenge anyone who comes here to show me one unwarranted aggression shown by
unwarranted.
people.
What do you mean by unwarranted?
Very simply,
like if somebody hit you first and then you came back in retaliation, that would be warranted.
Israel in the Old Testament was a nation. A nation as
it was a group of nations, yes, but it was not one specific nation, nor was it monotheistic. And Jehovah was actually a minor storm god from the Canaanite pantheon. So,
Loops, please.
Well, if you're going to say something, make sure it's accurate to actual truth, because otherwise you're being disingenuous in your art or in your endeavors.
My dear friend, you didn't even let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. We'll see if you mention that it was multiple groups of people and that the god they served was a Canaanite
Arul,
storm god.
the
We'll see if you
problem
do
is
that.
that these kind of people are not fit for your kind of style,
So I'm
FYI.
not fit
It's my
now.
kind of a style that actually works with these kind of people, but you know, you might
Interesting.
not like my
Go
style.
ahead. Go
Mr.
ahead. I
Noop.
love the judgment.
No, Noops. No. Forget about putting yourself on a pedestal. Noops. Very simply.
Right. It's not that you're.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Excuse
gotcha.
me. I don't know. Are you? Do you have hearing issues?
No. Actually, I'm physically fit as a fiddle.
Clearly
I have bullshit
Clearly
issues.
not
When-
so. Clearly not so. Noops. If you want to have a sensible
Why are you
conversation,
trying to overpower me, sir?
because I don't want to waste my time with people who don't want to hear. Very simple. So I'm going to mute you briefly, and I'm going to tell you something
So
very
you're
simply.
asserting dominancy.
Excuse me. I'm going to say something very
No.
simple to start off.
You're
It
attempting.
might serve you well. It might serve you well. After having spoken so much, to listen to one ground rule which is needed in our conversation. When you ask a question, you wait for an answer. Very simple. If you're going to ask the question and then give a lecture with no answer given by us, that's not intelligence. You might be fit as a fiddle, but you are utterly useless. And so I'm going to
So now I'm under now ad hoc. Great stuff, but you're not a violent religion.
The first question I'm going to ask is very simply: are you,
sir? Is love not patient? And is love not kind?
I think he needs to go backstage when he asks the question so that you can answer. He needs to go backstage.
Right. You're asserting dominancy through something.
Thank you much. Noops, I don't know where these people are born.
No, I know exactly where these people are from. These people are useful idiots played at the hands of Muslims. That's it. And I'm telling you this for a fact because let me tell you, last time I told you guys something that there are certain seculars and Librandus. Do you remember my statement? I think you remember, everybody else remember as well. These are those useful idiots who are so-called atheists / agnostic, and they call themselves Librandus and seculars. Trust me, I know how to pronounce secular. These useful idiots are not secular, they are seculars. He stated something so obnoxiously stupid, and if I was there, I would have interrupted him right there and then, and I would have asked him certain questions. But brother Arul is so peaceful and so calm, far more than me, obviously. He waited and listened to his accusations, and then he started to answer. And as soon as he stated half of the sentence, this secular started babbling again. And then when you even explained it to him, dude, let me answer first. If you haven't even listened the answer, how will you counter the answer? And Israel is many nation? You stupid. Israel is from the tribe of Joseph. One single tribe, not many nations. Man, these guys are so unbelievable. Jacob, sorry.
Jacob, yeah.
Jacob, my bad.
No, but the pattern is the same. So he said something. I allowed him to. I didn't interrupt him when he spoke. We allowed him to speak, and then I started to respond. He cut me short. He didn't even stop there. He then goes on to accuse. He then accuses that we are using our, what did he say, strong
power or something. Like if you're answering the person's question and he's not letting you answer, then you are overpowering him. Man, that is crazy.
In our show, he has come here. We are trying to treat him kindly. And in our show, he won't let us speak, and that is using strong. Unbelievable. Anyway, Ram is in the backstage. Let's get Ram. Brother Joe, is Ram verified now? I don't know if Brother Joe is in the backstage. Not yet. Ram, can you please show?
Bring him in. I would love to have a talk with him, even if he talks for one sentence. Just click. You start.
So I'll bring him in. You start. Adam.
Let's see if he starts abusing us or he actually says something as a question or statement.
You are a hate preacher, Adam. Okay, let me bring you
Okay,
start.
hate preacher.
Yeah, I'll bring him in. This is the same gentleman who accuses me.
Yes.
Let me bring him in.
Yes, Mr. Ram, the love preacher. Yes, Mr. Love Preacher, speak.
Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What do you
Can you
want to
hear me?
say?
Because I can't hear anybody.
Uh-oh. Now that's sad. I can't do anything on that.
Can you hear me?
Ram, are you serious? Are you serious, or are you just? Is that your tactic to
How much rum you
Hello.
had today that you
I'm
can't
trying to
even
speak.
hear me? How much
I'm
rum
trying
you
to
had
speak.
today that you can't even hear us?
I'm trying to speak. Can you hear me?
All right.
Ram?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, now Adam, go ahead. Sorry, now you can hear us.
All right, Mr. Ram, can you hear us now?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh my gosh.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Can you?
I can't hear
Hello.
you. Can't hear
Hello.
you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you. Can't hear you, man.
Can you hear me?
No, when you said, can you hear me? And I'm telling you, no, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, I
And he's
cannot hear
waiting
you.
for us to speak. He's waiting for us to speak and finish before he responds.
Hello.
Unbelievable.
I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Hello.
No, I can't hear you, man.
Hello, Ram. How are you doing? Hi, are you doing well?
Yes, I am.
When exactly did you join us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, and we can also hear that as long as we speak, you're waiting for us to finish. So your subconsciousness is allowing you to testify against yourself.
Unconsciously, he knows that when you are speaking, brother. Unconsciously.
Yeah. This is, I've had people like this in the past also. Ram is back. Unbelievable. He's just wasting time. This is just Ram 12345. Maybe he's going through. I mean, look at his YouTube handle. He's just. We'll
Troll.
let me bring him one last time, Adam. See what you can pull out of his mouth right now.
Can you hear me now or not?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me? No.
No, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
So you're speaking to me, but you can't hear me.
No, absolutely, I'm not speaking with you.
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Oh my.
Antagonistic, hate
Antagonistic.
preachers, hate
So
preachers.
now,
Both you
somehow.
and this
Now listen.
monkey here that thinks he's so smart. I don't want to. I don't know who are you. I want to talk to this Arul guy who's got his two fingers up his nose.
Okay. So why? Why do you want to speak with him?
So, because I don't want to speak to you. I don't
Okay,
know
why do you not want
who
to speak with me?
you are.
You don't know
Is
about
this
me?
your show? Is this your
You don't know
show?
about me? Yeah, it is. It's running on my channel.
Brother, can you just move over?
Are you
Because
my brother? Did you call my brother?
all my comments were not
Did you call me
aimed at
brother?
you. All my comments were not aimed at you. So
Okay, are
why
you a
are you
Muslim?
talking? You know, all my comments were not aimed at you.
Are you a Muslim or are you a secular?
Are you Muslim?
Na'uz billah.
Oh, okay. So then,
Allah is beneath my feet to be called God.
move over then.
Why?
Because I didn't call to speak to you.
But I am
I made
here
comments.
and I'm
I made
speaking and brother Arul is on mute. He's enjoying the show right now. He needs a
Yeah.
time out from you.
Okay.
He's smiling, he's enjoying his life moment while you are talking with me.
He's the one that read my comments and thought
No,
my
I
comments were
actually read your comment.
quite
Remember?
intriguing. No,
I
I
told
didn't.
you an idiot, remember?
Yeah. So
right?
he's
So
the one that read
even
my
if
comments
I
and
say
tried
that
to
you are
get
an
me on.
idiot, even if
You're trying to shout over me. That's not gonna work, brother. Okay, that's what he does as well. Don't try and shout
okay,
over
listen,
people.
listen.
Don't try
Let me
and
tell you
shout
something.
over people. You think
Let me tell you
you got
something.
any
Let me tell you
veracity in
something.
anything you say
If
just
I
because you shout
if
over
I
people.
if
Yeah,
I give you
your
a time
conversation
debate, will you debate?
tactic,
Listen,
your
if I give you a
conversation.
timer,
This is not
listen,
Speaker's Corner. This is not
listen. If I give
Speaker's
you a
Corner. This is my home,
timer,
and I'm here to
listen,
thrash you.
man.
And I'm here to thrash you. Yeah. So I
Oh, you're here
told
to
you
thrash me.
move
You're
over,
here. Okay,
thrash
thrash
you,
me. Please thrash
thrash
me.
you with words,
Please
thrash you with
thrash
words,
me.
thrash you
Please
with words. But
thrash
you know
me.
what? I'm not gonna waste my
Wah.
time. I'm gonna count to
Wah.
5. If Arrow doesn't start speaking to me, I'm hanging up.
Okay, start
1,
counting. Start one,
2,
two, five,
3,
five,
4,
five,
5.
five.
Mm.
Bye.
You've got a
You still
channel.
here? You still here?
You sound like a
You don't even do what you
you sound like
say.
a little
You don't even do what
child
you
monkey.
say. You don't even
Child
do what you say,
monkey.
man. You count till
Child
5. Now you should run away. You just said that
child
you're gonna count till 5
monkey.
and then go away. Why are you still here? This is the dilemma what cousin marriages do.
You know,
This is
yesterday
what
I called
cousin
an
marriages
Uber. He
do to you.
stank of curry. He just reminded me of you. I got in an Uber yesterday. An Indian
You
driver.
just
His
counted
car stank
5,
of
man.
curry. His car stank of curry, and I had to get out of it. And you know what? You just reminded me of him.
Such racist, man. So racist you are.
Because you deserve it.
Now he's
You
laughing
deserve
on his own prophet.
Yeah.
You still here? You counted 5, my friend.
Where is
All
this
right, Arul.
where is this
I think I'm done with this
Arul
guy.
God? Where is
You
this
can remove
Arul
him if you
God
want
who
to.
is so challenging to Muslims? Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim?
Ah, such a
Sir,
nice,
are you
cute
Muslim?
baby.
Sir, are you Muslim? Well, I've never heard anybody in my whole life want to have a conversation with somebody by going, sir, are you Muslim, sir? Sir, are you Muslim, sir? Sir, are you Muslim, sir? That is pathetic, and that's what
That
I
is
wanted to
the
talk to him
worst
about.
way to do jihad, my friend.
Are you Muslim? Sir, are you Muslim? Sir, are you Muslim? That's what he does all fucking Sunday. Okay, but you know what? You're not gonna put me on because I will absolutely annihilate him. Yeah, that's why you're his
So,
bitch doing decoy, yeah?
Oh,
Allah.
you
I'm
have
gonna
been
count
very
to 3.
nice
1.
words,
I'm
mashallah.
gonna count to
More,
3.
more.
No, because you deserve to be
Count to
spoken to
3,
like
count to
that,
3,
my
count to
friend.
3. Yeah, count to
Because of
3.
masks.
Count to
Because you deserve
3.
nothing.
1,
You
2,
deserve
3,
nothing
go.
more than the way I'm speaking to you. Nothing more.
Okay,
Believe
more,
me.
more.
The way I'm speaking to you is the way you should be spoken to. No other way.
Okay.
No other way. You didn't like the caller earlier with that American accent. He didn't like him, yeah? So he cut him off.
You
Because
are
you know
also
what?
a
He
useful,
was
stupid
about to
idiot, right?
challenge him. He was about to challenge him, so he couldn't handle
We
it.
also, he did not he did not he was just babbling like you, like a dog, with a tail behind his legs. That's what
I'm just
that
talking
guy
to the
was
way you talk.
doing, just like
I'm
you are
just speaking
doing,
the way you are speaking.
babbling,
You only
babbling,
deserve to be feel like.
instead of having a
Are you
reasonable
Muslim? Are you
discussion,
Muslim, sir?
because you don't know how to do
Sir?
reasonable discussion.
Sir, are you Muslim? Sir,
Dog,
are you Muslim?
are you a
Sir,
dog?
are you Muslim? Sir,
All right,
are you Muslim?
Arul, I think I'm done. I had my time.
Arul, I'm
I
gonna
had my
fix him
enjoyment.
now.
I had my enjoyment.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
No, I had
I'm
my enjoyment with this guy as well. He's like, I think these useful seculars. Actually, I told you these useful seculars knows to get rid of Christianity. Islam is the only power to do that,
I
and
think
they
he's
actually did that. I don't think so.
no. I thought he was.
I'll tell you, he's not a Muslim. There's a
Yeah.
reason why I say that, because as soon as I went to Allah in the most extreme manner, and that is my testing. That's my style of testing. He did not go and protected Allah. So if somebody, yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
You suspect?
Go
Because
ahead.
I actually said that when he talked about Allah, and I was like, oh, I don't believe in that kind of a God. That Allah is beneath my feet.
Yeah.
He kind of ignored that part fully. So I don't believe he's a Muslim. He's just a secular, a useful idiot of the friend who came before.
Yeah. I suspect. Okay, I hear what you're saying, Adam. But regardless, I just wanted to quickly do something. Just quickly. Can you see his username? Ram12345.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. Maybe everywhere he goes, he's just doing the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that's the latest primary school lesson he has learned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, what next? I don't know. Let's start with 1 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. and he made that his account name also.
And then he did not even go. He's like, I'm counting to 5, otherwise I'm going. And I counted to 5 with him, and he stayed back. I was like, go now. You just counted. You just said that you're gonna go away after 5. He was still there.
Yeah, he is still there. Ram 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, what you may not realize, Ram 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is this. If you're a Muslim, Adam thinks you're not a Muslim, but if you're a Muslim, I'll say this. Please consult your Dawa ringleaders, ask them for the expert opinion, and try and see if you really need to show up at Speaker's Corner. Because he's saying, oh, this is what you do to them. Well, come, see what happens to you. Oh, you know, Brother Adam, I don't know if you know, most of these fellows who eventually show up as ultimate clowns in our videos begin being machos, you know, everyone else, you did that, you know who I am, that's how they begin. And then in 2-3 minutes, boom, it crashes down. I wish Ram 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would show up at Speaker's Corner.
That is the same thing that happens everywhere, brother. So yesterday I was doing my Urdu stream. That's Wednesday, my Urdu stream time. And there was a guy who came in and he said, Adam, you always talk with uneducated, illiterate people. I will show you. I will prove you. Okay. And like literally after the next 10 minutes for the whole hour, he was begging, trying to run away from left, right, and center. So finally, after like an hour or so, we said bye-bye to him. He went off and another guy came in. He's like, this guy knew nothing. He was rejecting the Sahih Hadiths. You have no idea. I will teach you Islam. Literally, Brother Arul. 10 minutes later, I was saying to him, brother, did you not tell me before that guy knows nothing? Now you know nothing.
It's unbelievable how everyone thinks they know, and they can defeat and do what else. I mean, if you're a Muslim who's watching, dear friends, the problem is this. When you know nothing, just acknowledge that you know nothing. The topic at hand is very important. Islam is violent. And I know the American gentleman showed up from, did he say Minnesota? I can't remember. The American gentleman who showed up. And he said, that the Bible is also like the Quran. We challenge. If the Bible is anything like this, I'd give up. I'm sure Adam would give up also. We are much
Absolutely, I've said that many times. When this is not the same, this is not the first time you are hearing this. Like I have heard this many a times, and obviously you have heard this many a times. We are willing to engage if you are going to have a reasonable engagement, not over speaking each other. I even give them time. Like I said, like, okay, take 1 minute, I will take 1 minute. Even though I'm in a defensive position, still I'll take 1 minute on this challenge. I have no issues.
Absolutely. We are willing to defend. The Bible doesn't even need our defense. It has stood the test of time. The test of time. Jesus, even in places where people haven't read the Bible, they know what Jesus stands for. They might not have read the Bible, they know what Jesus stands for. That is his quality. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. If you want to know what Jesus' teaching is, and if you haven't had the time to read through it, just look at a Christian who goes by the Bible, and you will find out. Love, care, compassion. And it's unbelievable, like what Brother Adam was saying earlier. You're trying to share something, Brother Adam. What Brother Adam was saying earlier.
No, you finish your thought.
Okay, sorry. Like what Brother Adam was saying earlier. Very simply, it's unbelievable to see so many non-Muslims, possibly former Christians and current day atheists who are in the Western world, in the US, in the UK, in Germany, Canada, France, Italy, everywhere, who are utterly clueless about the Bible. Absolutely phenomenally clueless about the Bible. Yet making these humongous claims, but would not be willing to have a sincere conversation. Wake up. The Bible is entirely peaceful. Entirely peaceful. Brother Adam, you go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna bring up the importance of certain verses in the Quran. This is chapter number 6, verse number 151. Say, come, I will recite what the Lord has prohibited to you, that you may not associate anything with him, and to the parents good treatment, and do not kill your children out of poverty. We will provide for you and them, and do not approach immoralities, which is apparent to them, and what is concealed, and do not kill the soul which Allah has forbidden, except by right. This has He instructed you that you may use reason. Now, when Muslims bring up this verse, this is one of the very important verse that is being said in Islamic countries. We don't kill unless it is required. We don't kill unless it is a just cause. What are the forbidden souls of the just cause? Illa bil haqqi. What are the just cause souls? Chapter number 16, verse number 33. It says, and do not kill the soul which Allah has forbidden except by the right. What are those? And whoever killed unjustly, we have given here authority, but let him not exceed limits in taking life. Indeed, he has been supported. Supported, Kana Mansura. Supported by who? By the law of Allah. So if it is supported by the law of Allah, you can kill him. It is not katla bil qatl. It is not fight for fight. It is not nafs fin nafs. It is anything that the Allah's law allows you to kill. That Allah's law allows you to kill. Let's go back to chapter number 25, verse number 68. And those who do not invoke with Allah other deity or kill the soul which Allah has forbidden, except by right, and do not commit unlawful sexual intercourse, and whoever should do that will meet plenty. These are the people who do not invoke anything with Allah, any deity, and they do not kill the soul that Allah has forbidden. By law. By law. Not by this, but by law. So, what is the just cause of killing? Allah says in Quran, chapter number 2, verse number 216. Battle has been enjoined upon you. If you can't kill a soul, then why is the battle enjoined upon you? So there is a law where you have to kill. Battle is enjoined upon you while it is hateful to you. So the people were saying, we don't like battle. But Allah is saying, yes, I know it's hateful to you. But perhaps you hate a thing that is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing that is bad for you. That's what it is. You have to fight. Allah says that. And supposedly, according to Islam, the first verse of the jihad is chapter number 8, verse number 39. And fight against them until there is no fitna. What is fitna? Disbelief. And the religion of the Allah is established. And if they cease, then indeed Allah is seeing of what you do. So for as long as the fitna is there, you have to keep on fighting. As long as fitna is there, you have to keep on fighting. And when you fight, you know what you need to bring? They say terrorism has nothing to do with Islam. Have you heard this term? Terrorism has nothing to do with Islam. I have heard it. They say only the extremists are terrorists. Correct, Brother Arul?
Yeah, that's the gaslighting here in the West.
Let's see. Let's read from the Quran. Let's see if the Quran actually calls Muslims terrorists. Quran chapter number 21, verse number 98 to 103. We will read. Quran is calling Muslims terrorists, not me. Let's read together. Indeed, you, the displeaser of Allah, is calling, and what you worship other than Allah are the firewood of hell. So everybody that you worship, that worship and you both are going into hell. If they were really gods, they would not have gone into hell. For them therein is a heavy sighing, and therein they will not hear anything. Indeed, those who the best has preceded us, they are from it removed. So only the ones who actually accepted Islam are not going to in there. They will not hear its sound while they are in that which their souls desire, abiding eternally. They will not be grieved by the greatest terror. So Allah is the greatest terror giver. Allah is the greatest terrorist. Allah is the greatest terrorist according to Quran. But here the Muslims are saying that it is Allah and Allah can do anything. If you are not going to worship your God, He'll put terror into you. Don't you think that you have hell in Christianity as well? But in Christianity, God doesn't give terror. But let's see, if the Muslims who has to follow their Allah, are they called terrorists? Let's see. Chapter number 3, verse number 151. We will cause terror into the hearts who disbelieve. Who is we here? Allah. Okay? Here we is Allah. I'm not going to do injustice with the verses of Allah. For what they have associated with Allah, of which He has not sent down any authority, and their refuge will be fire, and wretched is the resident of wrongdoer. But how does Allah cast terror into the hearts who disbelieve? Next verse. And Allah has certainly fulfilled His promise to you. Of what promise? That He is going to cast terror into the hearts who disbelieve. That promise. That when you were killing them by His permission, until when you lost courage and fell into dispute about the others, the Prophet and etc. and fell down among them. So Allah is causing the terror by you killing them. By you killing them. Not the other way around. By you killing them. Chapter number 8, verse number 12. It says, when your Lord inspired the angel, I am with you, so strengthen those who has believed. I will cast terror into the heart of those who disbelieve. So you Muslims strike upon their necks and strike from every fingertip. Man, Allah is saying, I am the biggest terrorist and I spread the terror through you, O Muslims. So Allah is calling all the Muslim believers to be terrorists. I'm not saying that. Allah is saying that. I'm not saying that Muslims are terrorists. Allah is saying that. Chapter number 8, verse number 60. And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and stead of war, by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy. Who is the enemy of Allah? The disbelievers, the Jews and the Christians. You have to terrify them, Allah is saying in Quran. Chapter number 33, verse number 26. And He brought down those who supported them among the people of the scripture, Jews and Christians, from their fortresses. You went, O Muslims, you went, attacked their fortresses. Allah is saying He brought them down. Allah is saying, when you did the terrorism, it is me because you were following me. That's the context. From their fortresses and casted terror into their hearts. Because how did you cast a terror? You kill a party and made captive some. Some you killed, some you made slaves. This is how you cause terror into the hearts, so that Allah will cause terror into their hearts, because Allah Himself cannot fight. He needs you to cast terror into their hearts and become a terrorist. This is chapter number 8, verse number 60. Let's go to chapter number 33, verse number 26, 27. And He brought down those who supported them among the people of scripture from their fortresses and casted terror into the hearts. And He caused you to inherit their lands and their homes and their properties and the land which you have torn. There you go. What is happening? They are going to take over UK because it said so. because it said so in the Quran. This is what they need to do. Right now, they are causing terror. Eventually, they're going to take your lands. Chapter number 59, verse number 2. And I'm not hate preacher. I'm showing what the Quran is saying. It is he who expelled the ones who disbelieve among the people of the scripture from their homes at the first gathering. You did not think they will leave, and they thought their fortress is strong, protect them from Allah. But Allah came upon them from where they had not expected, and he casted terror into their hearts. But dude, it was Muslims who were attacking their fortresses. That is the um, battle of Khaybar. That is Muslims attacked. But Allah is saying, hey, I made you cast terror into the heart. You thought their fortress is pretty strong, but their fortress is not strong. Then Allah is saying, it is not you who kill, but it is Allah who kill. Chapter number 8, verse number 17. There you go. And you did not kill them, but Allah is who killed them. You did not throw them, Allah threw them, so that he could cast terror into the hearts who disbelieve. Chapter number 59, verse number 13. And you are the most fearful within the breasts than Allah. Why? Because when Allah says believe in Allah, nobody believes. You have to go and cast terror into the hearts so that they will fear you more than Allah, so that they would accept Islam. You, O believers, are more fearful within their breasts than Allah. That is because they are people who do not understand. Because you have started giving fear into their hearts by terrorism. So, even so, Muhammad cannot even have slaves until he do massacre in the land. How many slaves Muhammad had? According to many scholars and Ibn Kasir, Muhammad had over 73 slave women. According to many other scholars, at least 4 they all agree on. 4 they all agree on. Now, Allah is saying, chapter number 21, verse number 98, Muhammad, when can you have slaves? Indeed, oh no, I have a wrong verse. This should be 840. Give me a second. I have a wrong verse. Uh, Muhammad cannot even have slaves unless he does massacre in the land. Chapter number 8, verse number 67. Sorry, I have a wrong verse here. 867. There you go. It is not for a prophet to have captives of war until he inflicts a massacre in the land. You desire the commodities of this world, but Allah desires the hereafter, and Allah is exalted in might. So Muhammad has to do massacre in the land to keep captives. How many captives Muhammad had? According to Ibn Kathir, 73. So he has already done massacre. This verse is coming before the Battle of Badr. Muhammad has looted through his armies a caravan already. And they not only looted the caravan, but they actually took captives the women as well. And now Muhammad and his team is saying, okay, let's divide the booty. These beautiful women, let's divide them. But some Muslims around Muhammad were good Muslims, or good human beings. They're like, no, they are from among our family members and tribe members. Send them back to Makkah. We took their money, we took their gold, that's all we need. So there was having some disagreement among them. Muhammad needed slaves as well. He loved women. He was a sex maniac. We all know that. So he's like, okay, in a couple of months we will do something. Let's get Jibreel to say this. So that is how he gave the first people back, because he wanted something from them as well. Because he did not wanted his people to fight among each other. So he said, like, unless we do massacre in the land, we will not have slaves. So now he had so many slaves, he has to do massacre. He has to prove that the massacre has started. The massacre has started. This is the earliest Islamic example right after Hijrah when Muhammad did 5 attacks before the Battle of Badr. Before the Battle of Badr. And you say terrorism has nothing to do with a religion? Terrorism has everything to do with the religion, and that religion is Islam. It says in the Quran, forget the hadiths. Allah casts terror into the hearts who disbelieve by Muslims, through Muslims, when they attack them, kill them, make their women and children slaves. This is how Allah caused terrors. Allah is the biggest terrorist, as I've shown you. He is the biggest and the greatest terrorist, according to chapter number 21, verse number 103. Muslims are the minions who are the useful idiots for Allah to cause terror into the hearts who disbelieve. Anyone who wants to reject me, please, now is the time before I go into the next point, because after terror comes something else.
It's quite sad, and I keep telling people at Speaker's Corner, because the Islamic Allah is a Mickey Mouse, he wants you to fight. If he had been the real God, he could fight if he wanted to fight. But because he is a Mickey Mouse, he can't. But he is deceiving you. It's quite a bit of a. It's a shame. It's a shame. The Muslim gentleman who joined us. Joined us. Amir, who is in the backstage, if you are a Muslim, please, could you please show your face briefly? You're still not connected properly, but please connect your audio device, microphone properly first, and then if you can show your face briefly, that would be lovely. We can verify you and then let you in. It's a tragedy, Brother Adam. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy that Muslims in the thousands and millions are losing their lives because the Mickey Mouse Islamic Allah is a Mickey Mouse. And despite being, well, of course, if he had been a Mickey Mouse, it would have been a lot better. But he is an evil mouse. And therefore, we have what we have, even in the streets of the UK, but the rest of the Western world also. The gentleman who was trying to join has left. Not sure if he had a connection issue. 9:54. No, Adam, please, did you want to continue point?
Yes.
I was hoping we could wrap up sometime soon, but maybe you finish your point and then we'll wrap up with that.
Okay, so when we continue in this particular expansion, then there are so many verses that comes in how to fight, when to fight, and when not to fight. You have read certain verses from the Muslims preachers who say, oh, until they attack you, you don't attack them. Yes, there are certain verses in the Quran like that, because Muslims were minorities at that time. So Islam has 3 stages. When you are very little, very few, you don't fight at all. You are the most peaceful community at that time. That is so true. If you have less than 10% Muslim spreaded around in your country, man, they are the most peaceful, most humane people in the world. They go to around 15 to 20%, they start fighting. They are more than 35%, bye-bye to your community, bye-bye to your culture, bye-bye to your family, bye-bye to everything, because this is how Islam teaches them to be. This is how Islam teaches them to be. You will actually consider when they are even further, they will not even say salam to you. And there was a chachaji in Speaker's Corner. So a couple of Jews came to him and they said assalamu alaikum, and he just said wa alaikum. And they're like, oh, why did you not say wa alaikum assalam? He said, because you are Jewish. That chachaji was saying you are Jewish. Because Muhammad said, do not precede the Jews and Christians in salam, And if one of you meets them in the path, then force them to its narrow path. This is how they need to treat you in UK once they are in power. Once they are in power, this is what they need to do with you. This is Tirmidhi. Let me show you Sahih Muslim. Kitabul Salam. Do not greet the Jews and the Christians before they greet you, and when they meet one of them on the road, force them to go into the narrowest path. Back in those days, the narrow path is the one where the flood water, the rainwater, the sewage water is going through. These Jews and Christians needs to walk through the sewerage water, through the sewerage. You cannot be the friend of the Jew and Christian. How can you be friend with Jew and Christian? If you be friend with Jew and Christian, you are fighting Allah. Quran chapter number 5, verse number 51. O you who have believed, do not take the Jews and Christians as your friend. They are friends of each other. And whoever is a friend to them among you, then indeed he is of them. So if you have Jew and Christian as a friend, you are also Jew and Christian. You are not even a Muslim at that time. You're not a Muslim. What if you make Jew and Christian a friend? It is Quran chapter number 3, verse number 28. If you make them a friend, you're going to burn in hell. Let not believer take disbelievers as friends or allies, depending on the translation, rather than the believers. And whoever does that, nothing with Allah except when taking precaution against them in precedence. So you can only make them friends when you are taking precaution. I want to live in this country. I don't want to show myself to be a very bad person. I'll treat them nicely. I'll show them that I'm their friend, even though that I'm not. That is the only time you can do that. This verse is also called the verse of taqiyya. So that is the only time you can make them friends. And we already seen that you can't even do that with your parents if they are not. You can't even call them brothers if you can't even call them friends. And then comes Quran chapter number 47, verse number 35, when they are the uppermost. My favorite verse. It clarifies everything. Every single verse we have to see according to the eyes of this centralized verse. Do not weaken and call for peace while you are superior, and Allah is with you and will never deprive you of your deeds. This is how you need to do that. The only way to do that is through these verses. You are not superior in numbers, peace, 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 peace. You are superior in number, pieces, 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 pieces. So everything what Arul was saying today, showing today, this is when you are superior in number and the pieces comes in instead of peace. The pieces comes in instead of peace. That's how it works. That is how it works. This verse has abrogated so many verses. Yes.
We have Amir in the backstage. Amir Khusro, we're glad that you're here. Could you please show your face briefly so we can verify you and then get you on stage? Amir Khusro, please show your face briefly before we can let you on stage.
He won't show his face. Amir Khusro will be Khusra. He won't show his face.
Amir, hello. Hello, Amir. You're next in line. We'll get you in. I say next in line. We'll get you in soon after verification. Please show your face. Okay. Oh, this is a Hindu gentleman who just wants to say, just want to give some compliments, I think. Maybe we'll bring him briefly in and then I don't know, what do you think? Or did you want to finish your point before we bring him in?
No. I have this, that Messenger of Allah is the biggest terrorist after Allah, and then everyone else is the secondary terrorist, and it just says Muhammad's hadith in Sahih Muslim. I have been helped by terror according to Allah, and I have been given words which are concise but comprehensive in meaning. So Muhammad's God made Muhammad a terrorist by helping him through terror. Imagine, Brother Arul, how can somebody say that Islam has nothing to do with terrorists when there are verses after verses of terror and their prophet is helped by Allah to spread terror into the hearts of the enemies? And who are the enemies? Every single person who does not accept Islam. What will you do?
And so when we see all that the terror networks are doing, Al Shabaab, Boko Haram, the networks in Kashmir, in Pakistan, in the UK, across Africa, in the US, and so on. These are being faithful Muslims. Faithful Muslims.
Absolutely.
And
But let me tell you something. How they deceive that Boko Haram is nothing. Why? I gave you a Sahih Muslim. Previously, if you go to my channel, 3 years ago, you see my video. Nusratu birra'b. I've given Nusrat through terror. This is what they're saying. What they did is, Sunnah.com already, they changed the translation from 3 places already. Very soon they will change Sahih Muslim as well. Seems like it now that I've played it on your channel. Here it says, Allah made me victorious by awe. So they removed the word terror. Awe. There you go. Check this out. Nusrat birra'b. Same word. Allah has given me Nusrat through terror into the hearts of the people. Nusrat birra'b, and they just changed it to awe. What should we do with this kind of a falsified translation when they are changing the translations essentially from different places? This is Sahih al-Bukhari 438, and Sahih Bukhari 335 also gives the same hadith, and they have changed it over there as well recently, maybe a couple of years ago. Awe. Do you see the difference between awe and terror? Made me victorious by awe versus Allah is saying by terror. How do you reconcile that deception? Same hadith, same hadith, same. Nusrat birra'b. It is just here that they are saying the right word, Nusrat birra'b. The
for
rest they have
now.
changed it. And every single verse that I've shown you from the Quran which says terror, 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 every single word is this word in Arabic, birra'b or ra'b. Through terror or terror. Every single verse of the Quran. Ra'b means terror in Arabic, simple. And they are changing the meaning in Sunnah.com so that it won't look that Muhammad is a terrorist. Why do you have 99% of the terrorist organizations associated with Allah Akbar? Because of these things, because of Quran, because of Hadith, and Muhammad is the biggest terrorist in the history. According to their own Hadiths, according to the statements of Muhammad. You are saying violence in Islam? I'm saying terrorism in Islam. Violence, terrorism. Think about it. Choice is yours. Thank you, sir, for giving me time to speak. If there's somebody who wants to say something,
Yeah,
they're more than
let's get Amir on stage. Hello, Amir.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes. How are you
Okay.
doing?
Hey, great. Thank you, Earl, for giving me the mic. And hello, Adam.
Hi
Of
there,
course,
brother.
Earl, I've been listening to you for a while, and Adam, I've known him from even much longer, from Jaipur Dialogues and Sanjay Dixit and all that. Maybe he may know of those names. I'm not sure, Earl, you may have. I love the work that you guys are doing. It's just fascinating. I can't even compliment you guys enough. And how much I have learned, not just from the two of you, and there are many more that Adam may know of, Samir, and quite a few others as well. I can't emphasize enough what you guys are doing. And one thing I do want to just mention that the or ask and play that conversation to help understand people on the Western Hemisphere, that what is a source of all of this? What is a source of funding that funds these ground level uh, jihadis, I guess, if I can say that word, these ground level individuals or these people? There has to be something that must be funding this, right? And I do have an answer because I do have my own analysis and research onto this. But I want to ask you guys, throw this back at you guys.
Chapter number 9, verse number 122.
Sorry, I'll play. What exactly is that?
Chapter number 9, verse number 122. You
All
have
right.
to fund jihad movement. If you don't, you
Exactly.
are
Thank you very
chapter
much. And
number
what is the
9,
funding
verse
of that?
number 122. There you go. I have
Thank
it's
you.
on the screen. This is
Uh,
the funding. You wanna go to Jannah? Fund them. Stay
Thank
back,
you.
fund them.
This is why I love both of you guys. You know why? Because why I've been speaking upon this to be aware of not just non-veg halal, because people have the conception of in the US that whenever they see halal, it means a certain way of practicing of killing of the meat. But how come Walmart, halal, Costco, and all of these places that you only find halal? How come vegetarian item has halal? How come the US, the Food Administration that I have references, and you can search online, both of you guys, the US Department of Agriculture is allowing the prisoners halal food? How come the US universities, though, for Minnesota, is allowing halal indoor campuses? How come the US public schooling is allowing halal food in the public cafeterias? Because they know how the funding is, where it's coming from. And it's fooling of the masses. It's being forced upon these, whether you are Christian or Buddhist or Hindu or a Jew or whatever that is. It's automatically, it has nothing to do with the non-veg or vegetarian. Your children are automatically consuming halal, whether it's there's beans or broccoli or mashed potatoes, but they have hijacked the system automatically. This is what the source of funding is. Whereas the American in the US, the Christians, they are still clueless about this. Another thing I've noticed, because I've been observing this for years, by the way, for years. And this is what the Americans, the Christians, and irrespective of your race and religion, whatever you guys believe in, and notice that wherever the universities are in the U.S., whether it's in New York or California or Dallas or wherever they are, notice there's always halal boys, halal shops next to these universities. Why is that? Are they targeting these college quote drunken
My friend,
students?
it's let me just intervene over here. This is
Intervene,
business.
yes.
When you talk about business, the people who have in these shops, that's business. They know it's a college here. They know people from around the globe are coming here. When they open that shop, if there is no other shop, they are going to be a successful businessman. Halal meat is the only meat that the Muslim will eat, especially when they're coming from abroad and they do not have been living in that part of the world where you are. That then they will have to. That's business. Costco is doing that because it's business. They are losing money if they won't put it. Somebody else will. So, and secondly, to begin with, when it talks about Costco or anything, or the big giant chain, they do not pay money up front. People beg them to keep their food because they know if they send their food, even for a small penny of a profit, they will sell so much that they will eventually get the money, and Costco will give them back money. But if Costco will not keeps a food item in their warehouses if it is not being sold, so if it is generating money, then why not? These are businessmen. You need to understand, they are not religious people. They are businessmen. They want to make money, as much money as they can from their business. So yes,
Fair enough,
they keep
Adam.
halal meat. It has nothing to do with that. That is simply business.
Fair enough.
But
Can I share my example of because as I said, I've been monitoring this very closely and have had a numerous discussions with various people. So I'll share my personal example. Last week, I was at an Indian restaurant, and the guy is clearly a Hindu. Okay, and on his restaurant, he has on the menu as well as on the storefront and the restaurant front, he has halal certification
brother, in
label on it.
Indian restaurant, only Indians and Pakistanis will eat.
Okay,
You
just
know
give me
how
one
much?
second.
So he will have. He
Adam,
needs to do business.
Adam,
It's
I
not his
understand that.
fault.
I understand that. I understand that. I'm not arguing on that aspect. I understand that because there's a market, there's a demand and supply. Because I've studied all this. This is what I do. Just bear with me for one moment. So I asked this guy. I said, and by the way, literally next door to his storefront, there is a halal meat shop which is owned by Pakistanis, and then one after that is halal. A grocery store is owned by Pakistanis as well. So I was just having this conversation with him. I said, "Why did you choose?" And by the way, I do know this because I've invested a lot of my time and research into this. So, but I just wanted to have this dialogue with him. I said, "How come you have a halal certification onto this?" Well, he's like, "Yeah, because I need to provide it to these individuals." So as I dove further into this, I said, "You know where this funding goes to?" And he did not know, but when I explained it to him, he's like, "Yeah, it makes perfect sense." So then I asked him, "Who's your customer base? Who's your customer base that comes in here? Is it Indian Hindus, or is it Pakistani Muslims, or what else?" He's like, 95, 97% are all Indian Hindus. So I said, "Then what about the 3%?" He said, very interesting. He said, "You know what happens is, I know no Pakistani, no Muslim comes here, no brown skin Indian looking, the brown skin Muslim comes here, and the only people that come here to request halal is actually black people. The blacks are sent to me again and again on week after week. They come to me, and they ask me, 'Is your food halal? We can only consume halal.'" And he knowingly well that even though his next door people are, and he's surrounded by a lot of the Muslims, by the way, Pakistani Muslims and brown skinned Muslims. He's like, none of those people come to my storefront at all. But he's like, I only put it just to satisfy because I got tired of answering these questions to them. Yes, because they would bug me, they would harass me every few days. I would get a phone call. "Oh, I want to order the food from you guys. Is it halal? Is it not halal?" This is how the demand got created to boycott other businesses.
My friend,
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with harassment. If you have opened a business, you will receive call. If you have, it's not a personal phone call, it's a business number call. And they are not harassing him, "Hey, if you don't put halal food, we are gonna kill you." No, that's harassment.
No, I
If
don't
it is
understand that.
saying that, if it
No,
is, let me finish, brother, now, please. I allowed you to finish even when you said,
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
so please. So yes, there are a lot of Ethiopian blacks who are Muslims in the West, especially in the US. So they will eat halal food, and Ethiopian, especially, their food taste is out like ours. They like to eat spicy food as compared to American food. So what do you expect? Like, that's not. I won't call that harassment. Where the criticism is due, I do criticize. But where the criticism is not due, I do not do that. Maybe Arul has a different point of view. In a business, if you're getting calls for what type of food you serve because you have a business of food, I would definitely not call it a harassment, brother. Harassment is, according to me, is very different. But that's what my point of view is. Maybe Arul is different. That's brother Arul.
Yeah,
And
in relation to halal, I mean, it's at least in the UK, it's an area which hasn't been studied properly. Um, Essentially, in public services, hospitals, schools, prisons, everywhere it's halal. it's an area where not much study is happening. Now, quick response to you, Amir, and maybe a comment to Brother Adam also. Very simply, yeah, I mean, normal capitalism won't help. But thankfully, in the US and in the UK, essentially, we have regulators. Regulators deal with making sure there is no monopoly practice in industries. And I think that's where we need to get to. Essentially, we need to study in detail how the dynamics play out. Eventually, long story short, what we have is we have Muslims who prefer to have only this, and you have non-Muslims who don't mind currently. Now, if we can, there needs to be teaching, there needs to be education on this front, where people are explained essentially what it means to eat something halal, what the implications are. That needs to be studied in detail, and I think so that needs to happen, which would impact demand directly. And then we need to also look at regulatory framework. I need to study this in detail. It's one of my pet projects in journalism, through God's grace, at some stage in the future. Having said that, Amir, let's deal with it. So you are a Hindu yourself. I am a Christian, and I'd really like to. I'm glad that you are here in our stream. Ultimately, of course, we need to deal with our existential crisis at the moment, which is a very real problem. We have to deal with that. But can I please ask you also, if at some stage it'd be lovely to have a conversation about our worldviews also. We know which will have implications on eternity. What do you think?
Well, yes, we can certainly have that dialogue. But the topic of your stream right now, the reason why I joined is because I've been observing and following both of you guys, and the topic of stream is Islam is violent, and prove me wrong. That's why I joined on. And I think if you want to have the conversation of eternity, that could be much longer discussions, and you guys have the control of the muting, non-muting, and all that, and we can have a healthy conversation with the right individuals. But that shouldn't be the goal of your stream, Arul. And I think that's the reason why I kind of joined here, because just to compliment on what you guys are doing, and combine that those lending a hand per se. Yes,
yeah.
But first we need to go not attack it, just to help people make people aware of it, and let people make their decisions of their own, obviously. And another thing, Arul, just so if you want to write something down, on a person's name is called Ramesh Shinde, Ramesh, Ramesh, Shinde, Ramesh Shinde. He's written a book on halal and what he's explained on halal. He's the spokesperson of halal. Their halal banking, financing, communities, and the whole. In the U.S., there's an actual in the epic city in Dallas, Texas, is called Halal Cities. So if you want to have somebody to have the dialogue with you, just so you can understand it, and for your viewers as well, why they need to be aware of it and what is a source of it, I'll be more than happy to connect you with that individual. You guys can have a stream, a conversation together, just so you can understand that, and so your viewers can understand that. There's a
no. Certainly in the UK, we people are aware. The Christians are aware. Much work needs to be done. We don't have formal work yet on this properly, extensively, but Christians are aware, and through God's grace, at some stage, we'd be doing some proper study on this to see how domination is happening in an industry. Having said that, Amir, I'm not insisting we need to have that today. But if I could please comment to you, for a future date, not today. I'm not saying we should have that today, but I'd really like to comment to you, Amir. We are fellow human beings, and I don't want to force you. I don't want to compel you, but I'd like to briefly comment to you that the question of who or what represents God properly, how do we understand God properly, is a question that we need to have. Many times, there are three different worldviews that are now contending across the world. Across the world, three different categories of worldviews that are now contending. On the one hand, you have the very hostile Islam. And their idea is, I don't care what you think, we will force you. That's Islam. We will force you, through physical coercion and, if needed, chop your head off and that sort of stuff. That clearly we say that's wrong. But I'd also like to comment to you the sort of the normal Hindu. I'm not saying you might have this. I don't know if you have this. There are some among Hindus who have at least some.
I would be very. I'm sorry to interrupt. I would be very careful. We can have a separate dialogue in that, because if you're going to generalize, I can speak on Christianity as well and the Old Testament, New Testament.
Please hear me out. Please hear me out first.
Okay.
There's another worldview. I'm not saying all Hindus do this, I am saying there are some who have this mindset, and I'd like to make sure anyone who is watching, including yourself, but anyone who is watching also, gets to know that is not a good mindset also. And I'll tell you what that is. That is really a mindset which says, hey, look, I have my ideas. You can't come and discuss your ideas with me. And in India, if you're familiar with Indian politics, for a long time now, maybe...
Arul, I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry. From here, you've gone from Hinduism and then to the politics. Again, with all due respect, again, I came to giving you respect to both of you guys. I knew what I was coming up against. I wanted to just speak on because I've studied this far enough as well. I've studied variations on a number of Bibles. I've gone to churches, and I'm not going to have that because it may upset and offend few people. We can have back and forth and etc. Let's not have that dialogue right now because it may not be fair for you, for me, and the viewers, and Adam as well. I'm here 2 against 1 and all of that, and I think that's not the topic either. I think we need to just right now kind of hold hands and unite and help protect our daughters. You have Arul. I've seen your stream. You have a beautiful daughter. She's amazing. She's your, I think we need to find a way to just protect them. That's it. We need to, I don't care what, whatever you believe in, because I know what Islam teaches. I've seen enough videos. I've seen enough evidences. I don't care who or what you are, because I see the beauty and the love you have for your daughter. I will do whatever in my power to defend the little girl because she's precious. I'm not looking at what you believe in and what the Bible is and whether you're converting me or this and that. Let's put that aside for now, right? I just want to come and unite with you as just let's just hold hands. Let's tackle what we have in front of us. We'll have that dialogue some other time. I'd be more than happy to have that dialogue. I'd be more than happy to invite others as well. We can have that healthy conversation. But I think for now, we just need to make our viewers aware, in the Western region, because what we are up against and how strategically and creatively they are infiltrating the system.
Okay, let me say something over here. Can you ban halal food?
I'm not banning it.
Okay. So no matter what somebody has written that they are giving zakat to the terrorists, they are giving their dues to terrorists. When I earn my money, I can give it to anybody I desire. It's a business.
Fair
There
enough.
is no way to stop that business. If there is a demand for somebody to eat certain thing, and then the shops will have it because shops as a business owner needs to sell to make money. At the end of the day, no matter how many books you read, when there is a demand, there is a supply, and the one who is supplying, he can use his money from profit anywhere he wants to, unless the government sees him doing terrorist activities and they stop him. Then he might be selling pig. It doesn't matter. If he is funding some terrorists, then he will be put to jail. The whole problem is that what you're describing, how you actually came up to begin with, and I wanted to say something in the beginning as well, and I said something, but you were pushing into this narrative of halal food being associated. It might be and it is, but so what? You can't do jack about it in the West. You can't. Nobody can. It's a demand and supply rule. If something is in demand, it will be sold. You cannot stop it. Otherwise, the Muslims will say your country is biased and it is not pure secular, and it is not allowing us to eat what we need to eat, and hence you can't do that. That's the end of discussion, brother. No matter which book you read, look at it from the holistic point of view and the values of the Western countries. You can't stop that.
Okay, I wasn't trying to stop it. I just wanted to educate the people.
Okay, everyone. No, everyone. Okay.
Okay,
What's
can I
the
finish now,
purpose of
Adam?
this
Can I finish now?
education?
Can I finish
What's the
now?
purpose of this education if we can't even stop it?
So again, why are you discussing about Islam either? So let's not
Okay.
let me
No, no.
Adam. Can I
Let me
finish?
answer you that.
Can I
We are
finish now? Because
discussing.
you didn't
No, no.
allow me to finish
You
my
you
point
asked
before.
me why are
No,
you
you didn't
discussing
allow
Islam?
me
Let
to
me,
finish my point, and now you're gonna
brother.
interrupt mine.
Brother. You were
Brother,
speaking about this
Adam,
for the whole
brother,
time.
bye.
Okay.
No,
So why did you said why are you talking about Islam if you don't
go
want me
ahead,
to
go
answer?
ahead, go ahead, please
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so much.
Go ahead,
Thank
Adam.
you.
You,
But
go ahead.
why we are doing it, that you have heard me from the last 2 years approximately, according to you. What we are doing is getting them out of this hell, and you have seen that already what we are doing. That is why you have seen me not discuss this halal topic, because I personally do not see a benefit of doing that. So you are here, and I want you to give me, tell me some benefit of this in discussion, because I personally cannot see it. And
Okay,
that's why I said it's business. It is
okay.
simply business.
So now, can I speak now?
Yeah,
Is that
please.
okay? Okay, thanks, Adam.
But please don't ask me the question, because if you ask, then I have to answer.
Okay, so see the idea of when you're saying that we're not rejecting or denying to boycott these businesses. The point is, it is a demand and supply. If you study economics 101, it is that the demand gets created and they have to supply it, which is exactly how this strategic think tank has done. And all of these places are providing that because there's a demand being created. How the demand is being created, as I said, whether it's through in person or phone calls or whatever by means that is being created. And my point, the point I was trying to make is that if we make our audiences and people aware of it, just to help them understand, they're very intelligent people that Arul has and his viewership is and out there. If we just make them understand, what is zakat, what is jizya, and all of that, and what is the purpose of halal.
That's what
And
we are
as
doing.
you beautifully, Adam, you beautifully stated right in the beginning of the stream, the way the funding goes. And if we just make our people understand it, that's it. Then it's the choice is up to them. And whenever they go to these places, you know what? Because I did this last week, as a matter of fact. I told the guy straight up. I said, as much
My
as I
friend, you're
love your food,
repeating.
let me finish it.
You're repeating now. You already
Just
told
give
us
me
this
10 more
story.
seconds. So So I said to the guy, I said, as much as I love your food, I won't be coming here anymore simply because it's halal certified.
And he will stop selling halal. Brother, you are
No,
one
I'm
bag.
not.
That's what
No,
I'm saying.
did I say
Let
that?
me
No,
now.
again.
Let me state my thing now. But the problem is you stating to that person does not make jack to that person, and that person lied to you. Quite frankly,
Well,
the
how can you speak
area
for
that
somebody else? That's a
okay.
hearsay.
Let me finish now. The area that you described that right next to him was a halal meat shop. You described it. I did not. I never seen that place. Anyways, you did. And then there were other halal or Islamic things places as well. It means this area has predominantly Muslims around these areas somehow, and they are coming there for certain needs, and that's why there's a market for these kind of things. If he stops serving halal meat, he will only get you or a few people like you, but he will lose his major audience. And you said he had only 3 to 5%. He was a liar. When the whole market is all about halal food, halal meat, halal stores, then that area is predominant. I did not say that before because I did not wanted to say certain things about certain businesses because I'm not that kind of a person. I stick to the text, I stick to the book. But I was once a Muslim. When I was a Muslim, whenever I go to a Western country, whether it is Canada, US, or UK or Germany, I would search for these kind of places to go there for my need of food, for my need of other things. And those places are usually united in a single location, in a single strip mall or 2 or 3 strip mall around each other. They are united because that area is predominantly Islam following area. Otherwise, if you open a shop where there are not predominant Muslims, your shop will not work. The Western people do not eat like food of ours, our type of food. They rarely eat it, but not normally. They normally do not eat it. So the whole idea what you are telling us, it doesn't make sense because the non-Muslims, even if they want to eat curry, chicken curry or something like that, that will happen rarely, maybe once in a blue moon, once in a month or twice in a month at max. That's what each and every individual would do at the end of the day. And and if you're talking that this guy is a supposed Hindu, he would not even have chicken over there unless he's serving for the Muslims as well of India or Pakistan. So what you are saying, hey, people do not eat halal food. Let me tell you, 99.9% aren't even eating halal food. They don't. They don't. The problem is how to stop this monopoly, and that's the answer that none of the books have written so far. You know, in the West, 90% of the lamb is coming from Australian halal meat lamb. No matter where you get halal meat, it is Australian frozen lamb that you're getting 90% of the time, unless you go to a small village where there is a small, what do you call it, a small time butcher who is doing that locally. Otherwise, in US and Canada, it's all about halal lamb coming from Australia. So what do you do about this? How will you stop this kind of a biggest monopoly of the world? That the answer is still not there.
Can I please come in
Yes.
there, Adam and Amir? Amir, I really appreciate what you've shared. Adam has said what you said. This is a conversation we can have later, but thank you very much for joining, Amir. I really wanted to, Adam, we were discussing how I think Surah 60, ayah 2. How the accusation was that they wanted to convert Muslims,
Yes.
the non-Muslims wanted to convert Muslims, and that was seen as a crime by the Muslims. And I'd like to just point out to the fact that actually in certain sections, among certain sections of Hindus or Sikhs, the same mindset exists. Yeah, here is a gentleman who is currently live in the live chat. And this is what he says. Arul also hates Hindus, he says. I don't know why he says I hate Hindus. Arul also hates Hindus. And he clarifies, I'm assuming, who doesn't agree with him. His clarification is based on agreement, apparently. And then he goes on, his ultimate aim is to convert. You see, he has figured out my ultimate hate agenda. My ultimate hate agenda is that is to convert Hindus. I'll be very open and I'll be very, very honest. Look, I am a Christian. I genuinely think Jesus and God of the Bible is the true God. I'll openly agree any number of times as needed. And to me, what we do at in Operation Stephen and at Speakers Corner and so on is to have genuine conversations. You might have seen only many conversations I have with Muslims currently. In the future, through God's grace, we'll be doing more. Engage with the Hindus, engage with people of, I engage with atheists, agnostics, and so on. So ultimately, I'll be open and honest. I want to convey to the world the truth that I have found. One of the worldviews with which I engage is Islam, and they have a very hostile agenda. That's true. Having said that, my point is, I know, and Adam knows the truth. We know Jesus, and we'd like to communicate about Jesus to others. If you think this is hatred and this is some sort of a serious crime, wake up. Wake up. Your ideas to somehow make us not speak about God alone, when you would speak about everything else under the sun, maybe food that you eat and whatever else, that's arbitrary and that's dictatorial. Mr. Charanjit Singh, I might as well call you Mr. Hitler. If you're going to dictate arbitrary boundaries between human beings, if we know each other, if we're having conversations with each other, we should be able to have conversations about God also.
It is hypocritical. It is
Exactly.
hypocritical if you talk about Islam, but you cannot talk about my belief system or your belief system. It is hypocritical if we can only talk about one belief system. So I have the freedom of speech for anybody to ask me, and I give the answers. I certain times run non-Muslim streams, and it doesn't matter who comes in, and he can say whatever he wants to say. And by the way, when you said that there are certain extremist type of people, they are there in every single religion, and including Hindus as well. I've been called the worst of the worst names by Hindus, and have been loved by the most Hindus as well. So if somebody says that, oh, because you called out certain people, you are a hate preacher, then my friend, then you are a useful idiot, because you Singh, I debated a Singh who wanted to create another India from India and call it Khalistan, and I exposed him, and I said, you are a hater of the country India. I am more Indian than you, because I had a fight on my channel when I fought with a Khalistani Sikh. So don't be a useful idiot in playing in the hands of some useful idiots. So don't do that. Yes.
Hindus who are watching, have consistency, have decency, have friendliness. The only way we can have a consistent, decent, friendly society is where everyone is able to have a conversation of his choice with others with consent in areas that are not criminal, and especially areas which lead to public good. So if that is about God, unless you think talking about God is somehow a crime, we should be able to have these conversations. And when I ask, I mean, look at the brainwashing. Look at the brainwashing here, Adam. His ultimate aim is to convert. So he has figured out my ultimate aim, based on which he says I am hateful. Why am I hateful? Because his ultimate aim is to convert.
MashaAllah. Quran chapter number 60, which we were reading, verse number 2. You already associated. So he's not even a Hindu, right? He's not even a Hindu. He's a Sikh, by the way. And then
he's a Sikh. It's hard to say what he's practicing right now. But what I would say is this. I don't know if you're aware of this, Adam. There are many Hindus of the same mindset. Yeah, I can tell you, historically in India, we have been doing rounds in relation to what is called conversion bills. Where, the last 2 decades or so, where it was happening on a state level earlier. Now they're discussing on, essentially people are asking if conversion needs to be criminalized. It used to be called anti-conversion bills. And then the ruling governments in the times past, they figured out you can't ban conversion. So they wanted to cheekily say anti-forced conversion in the text. And their idea of saying forced conversion is, hey, these Christians are helping. And you might have come across this rise back convert. I don't know if you've come
so
across
many
that.
times.
Yeah,
Like
and
so many times. Every time I go live, even today, there
even
was
I
a guy
saw
who
a
said
number
rise
of
back
things.
Christians, and I
And
banned him. So it happens. Like I said, I have the best followers and best friends who are Hindus, and I have the worst enemies who are Hindus as well. So I have both parties. I've seen both parties. And like once
very
again, both of
yeah,
them are there.
very simply, most of Hindus in India are really not Hindus. They don't even know this. thanks to some technical glitches of the past in the legal system. Today, there are many are categorized as Hindus. Most of them would have absolutely no clue about Ramayana, or no clue about Mahabharata, no clue about Vedas, no clue about any of these documents. They might have done something in their village and they suddenly clubbed together. But anyway,
The problem is this
yeah.
is same everywhere as well. So if like I need to be fair over here. There are a lot of Christians who has never read the Bible as well. So I need to be
I,
very fair on that.
No,
Like
but to be clear, and here is where when we discuss this more, you will know. Most people don't know Ramayana, Mahabharata, not because that's not for the same reason as many Christians not reading the Bible. Both of them are not the same reason. As a matter of fact, most Hindus don't know Mahabharata, Ramayana because Ramayana and Mahabharata was never part of the Hinduism that they followed. Do you see what I'm saying? It was never. Ramayana Mahabharata comes from Brahminism. But whereas these people might have followed some village god, which has nothing to do with Brahmins, nothing to do with Sanskrit. It was a village deity who was, some sort of a protector in the village. But someone somewhere suddenly said, "Oh, both of you are Hindus." And so that's where they began being called as Hindus when they were never Hindus. Do you see what I'm saying? Hindu is the term Hindu is a very abused term. And that is where you would find people. For example, if you come to Tamil Nadu is a graveyard of Hindus, traditional Hinduism. In Tamil Nadu, for centuries, there have been discussions on how to resolve issues because of Shaivism and Vaishnavism and so on. Long history. But anyway, we will leave the complexities of this perhaps for a different discussion. Adam, I'll give you the last word to say what you wanted to say about this. But I just wanted to make sure people who are watching, if they are Hindus, or wake up to the reality that, as Adam said, you are hypocritical when you want to comment on, let's say, Islam. If you don't want to have a discussion on, I'm not saying that in relation to the gentleman who showed up here, he perhaps just didn't want to have that today, but maybe some other day he might have. So it wasn't about you. It isn't about you, dear friend who showed up on the stream. I'm merely trying to point out to the fact that there are many who follow, who say, who are of this mindset. I just wanted them to wake up, be bold, be strong. If your ideas are right, they'll stand up to scrutiny. If ideas are wrong, they won't stand up to scrutiny. You don't have to debate with us. It's merely a quest for truth. If what we bring out is true and you figure out it is true, we're not arguing against each other. We're trying to pursue truth together. And so any Hindu who is watching, I'd really like to invite you to consider exploring God of the Bible, consider exploring Jesus of the Bible. And as much as, of course, the discussion today was on the Islam being violent, eternities also matter. If I pass away tonight, I want to make sure, and similar for Adam also, we want to make sure every single conversation we have, we make sure that everyone is woken up to the reality that all of us pass away, and in Jesus we have an answer, and in Jesus we have evidence for the fact that evidence for the eternal God. And it is important for every one of you to consider. Not we're not forcing, we're not asking you to do tonight. Take your time, but don't delay. Is the important point. Adam, sorry, I'll give you the last word on that. Sorry.
No, it's good. I already said my piece already, and one of the major important thing is that most of the people think that Islam comes from the Abraham. Abraham had a religion which was Islam. That's what Islam claim. When I read the Bible, I don't find any religion of Abraham. I don't find it. Um, Islam believes that the Muslims are the descendants of Ishmael. I don't find any evidence for that as well. Neither do Muslims. Muslims by itself do not find evidence for that. It is stated in the Siratun Nabi by Ibn Kasir that when somebody said that Muhammad comes from the line of Ishmael, he said, "Who knows that?" We can trace Muhammad's lineage all the way back to Adnan. Nothing before that. Between Adnan and Ishmael, there are 38 to 48 ancestry names, and all of the poets of Arab and the historians of Arab says that anybody who put these names have used conjectures. Conjectures. So at the end of the day, the Arabs has no lineage from Ishmael, neither biblically nor Islamically. It's a claim from thin air, literally, without any evidence. But when we read the Bible, we do realize that Abraham also married a woman called Keturah, and there were certain sons of Keturah, and the fourth son went south. I would say probably that is the son who gave the nation of Arabs, who eventually one guy after 2500 years, 2600 years came up and said, "Oh, I am the prophet." Yeah, that could be fair possibility according to the biblical historical account. But you will not find it through Ishmael. The problem with this guy who is coming out of nowhere claiming that he is a messenger of God and Allah has given him a covenant, that is absurd. Why? Because God never said that covenant can be established through anyone other than Isaac and his son Jacob. Even Quran alludes it at 3 times that Allah of the Quran is saying that I will establish my covenant through Isaac and Jacob. So if the covenant is established through Isaac and Jacob, Ishmael is already a side talk. You know what I mean? You know what a side talk is? Side talk is something on the side. So why would you actually go for something on the side which you do not have any evidence? That's what I would like to say. Think about it, know the reality, and the reality is very simple. The reality is this is one guy who wanted to create a theology for power, money, and women. That's it. For power, money, and woman. And that's exactly what he did. He exactly did this. He gave you all the rules and regulations, how to fight the non-Muslims, when to fight the non-Muslims, how to make money from the non-Muslims, and that's it. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. Are you going to follow this guy? If you are going to follow this guy, man, I think you are blindsided. You are blindsided. Think about it, learn from it, get out of Islam, know the truth. That is in your own book. The covenant is to be established from Isaac and Jacob and their descendant. If you don't believe me, go read chapter number 2, verse number 136. When you actually bring in Jacob, then that's the end of it. That's the son of Isaac. Ishmael is sidetracked already. Thank you, brother Arul, for uh, inviting me to your channel and having this talk. Appreciate it. Uh, I hope people learn a lot to get out of this cult of Muhammad. And God bless you, and God bless all the viewers and listeners. Take care.
Absolutely. Just want to before we wrap up, I just want to pray and finish. But Adam, so what you're, I mean, based on what you were saying the last maybe 3-4 minutes or so. So what you're saying is, unlike Islam, where they want to tie a chain around you and drag you, you are really asking people to think,
Absolutely.
and decide based on, look for evidence, think and decide, which I certainly would agree with and comment. Very important. I mean, I mean, what else do we have any better way rather than other than to think and decide? And so I completely agree with that. Brother, can we please pray and close and close the stream there?
All right.
Did you want to
Sorry,
pray?
please.
Should I pray?
No, please. Last time you gave me the opportunity. Please, you do that.
Father, thank you for this time. Lord, you are a good God. You are a good God. You are the only true good God. The Islamic Mickey Mouse Allah, who is a desperate wannabe, is a fake counterfeit. He can't even hide his real character being a counterfeit. Destructive, hateful, violent. But you are a marvelous God. As your word says, you do not desire the death of even the wicked. That is God. Who, even the wicked person, you don't want him to die. You want him to be saved. As the Bible also says, John 3:16, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. That's your love. You love everyone, even those who reject you. Elsewhere, your word says, God does not desire, God desires that none should perish, but all should come to repentance. You are a marvelous God. We always delight in you. Delight in
Arul, you muted yourself, brother. May the Lord bless you.
I'm sorry. I think I mistakenly pressed the mute. Lord, we delight in you. Thank you very much for today. Thank you for Adam. Bless him. Bless him with every blessing from heaven, Lord. Take care of his near and dear. Take care of his work. Take care of the time that he invests in interacting with people and preparing for interactions. Take care of every other aspect of his life. Bless him. Lord, we pray for all Muslims, 2 or 3 Muslims who showed up in the live chat, live stream, on stage. Bless them. Take care of the others who showed up also. Pray for your richest blessings to be upon everyone, especially non-Christians first, and also on our Christian brothers and sisters. Thank you. We bless you. We glorify your name. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Brother Adam. Lovely to speak to you and lovely to share this platform with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Arul. And Allahu Akbar wa Yeshua Akbarul Azim. God bless you all.
Amen. God's blessings. Speak to you all later. Bye bye.